active theme they have that could well provide a way forward. And I fully expect the party and outside groups are going to double down and triple down on choice as an issue in those states.
These poll numbers indicate in these states, again, Nevada, Florida, and Arizona, so the swing states, a little over a third of voters, so 34 to 37%, said that Trump's recent criminal conviction matters somewhat or a great deal. And among those voters, more than 2/3 say they are going with Biden, except in Virginia, which is a separate story. But I think the math question is, does that translate into lost votes that could have gone to Trump or likely Trump's if he weren't convicted? In other words, does he look at this math and worry?
I think he worries because nobody wants to be convicted of a crime, especially in a campaign. But I think those people are ones that prior to the conviction were probably breaking heavily, maybe even as close as 2-1 for Biden. Everything I've seen in the polling I did both before and after the conviction suggests that the impact of the conviction on the ultimate overall numbers, statewide and nationally, has not been that significant, if at all.
Oh, okay. All right. Finally, then, we saw this in all of the states that were polled that President Biden's more trusted on, as you know, abortion, healthcare, climate change. But the former President Trump is more trusted on the economy, the border, and the Israel-Hamas war was the specific third item.
Yeah.
But Trump's numbers are bigger than Biden's here. How telling are these numbers for somebody like you?
Well, for me, the top three issues are the economy, overwhelmingly number one, the southern border number two, and war and peace, probably a distant third. But Trump has a lead on each one, as you suggest, and elections tend to be, yes, about personality, but and performance, but ultimately about key issues. And Trump has a lead on each issue, which even in a close race gives him a clear advantage. Elections tend to be referenda on the incumbent. And in this case, the overall performance of Joe Biden is negative, and his performance on the key issues facing the country is negative, which is why I give Donald Trump a narrow but clear advantage as we sit here in June of 2024.
Wow. Doug Schoen, thank you so much for your time and your insight.
Jessica, always a pleasure. Happy to do it.
Thank you, sir. Be well.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
America's infrastructure is ancient and crumbling. Crooked politicians pocket the funds meant to keep you safe and to power your home. Where does that leave you? In the dark. Or you could keep the lights on with a Grid Doctor 300 solar power generator from MyPatriotSupply.com. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for emergencies, and power outages are emergencies. The Grid Doctor 300 lasts longer and runs stronger. Connect it to solar panels, your car, or a power block or wall to charge it. Not only does this generator charge quickly, but you can use it while it charges. Multiple power ports mean no device is left behind. Run phones, fans, CPAP machines, even mini refrigerators. It's easy to use. Unleash power for all, from kids to grandparents. Protect your family with reliable power. Get the Grid Doctor 300 and save $50. Plus get free shipping at MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police say they'll deploy their entire graduating class of officers to Kensington for ramped-up enforcement. A postal worker from Delaware County was killed and another person was hurt from a car crash in Wilmington. And jury deliberations are underway in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Final preparations being made ahead of this week's G7 summit in Italy, which President Biden will attend.
The G20 is accused of being too big to make a difference. The UN Security Council beset by competing worldviews. So is the G7 the summit that really works? President Joe Biden must hope so. He'll be talking to like-minded leaders of wealthy democracies. A chance then to push plans to use frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine, an opportunity to find ways to secure the global food supply, and many leaders will want to talk about problems caused by illegal migration.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. And jury deliberations going to resume this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time in Hunter Biden's gun trial after they deliberated for about an hour on Monday. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Cioli. Our next Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Politics and Pints. I'll be hosting #1 international best-selling author Navy SEAL Jack Carr. That's right, June 25th. Tuesday night, June 25th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Tickets are on sale now, and they will sell out. Go to 1210wpht.com and get your tickets. And I want to see you there. And if not, remember, I got a guy, and he's a Navy SEAL. See you then.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
You know me, you know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA because it's not a hot tub, it's a jacuzzi. With Jacuzzi, you get the quality, you get the price, you get the whole thing.
Visit Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SCPA.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. As you know, I'm a dad. I got 3 beautiful kids, and I know what dads want for Father's Day. They want memories. They want family time. They want great food. Food around the grill. That's what I love. That's why Omaha Steaks makes it so easy to make dad happy, and you can get packages for dad starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code Zioli at checkout. That's right. Father's Day is almost here. You got to get cracking on this. Dads don't need another shirt. They don't need another hat. What they want is great steaks. And there are no steaks better than Omaha Steaks because every steak at Omaha Steaks is aged for 28 days. That is how you enhance the steak flavor. Plus, backed by the most unbelievable guarantee in the business. Packages for dads starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code Zioli at checkout. Do it today because Father's Day is almost here and you want to make dad happy. And as a dad, I can tell you we love steak. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
It's time for MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Host a local event and give kids in your community a chance to compete in the Pitch, Hit, and Run finals at the 2024 MLB World Series. Sign up for free at pitchhitrun.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good start to the work week on Wall Street, up across the board Monday. The Dow up 69, the S&P 500 gained 14 and hit its 26th record close of the year. The Nasdaq up 59 and change for its 14th record close of the year. Today, the Federal Reserve begins a two-day event. We'll get an interest rate decision tomorrow. Then Fed Chairman Jay Powell will speak after that. Tomorrow, we'll also get the Consumer Price Index numbers for May. Activist shareholder Elliott Investment Management has bought a $1.9 billion stake in Southwest Airlines. It's seeking to force out the CEO. The airline has struggled with operational and financial problems. Southwest stock up 7% Monday. And Apple announcing a new partnership with ChatGPT for what they're calling Apple Intelligence, adding AI functions to iPhones and other devices, aimed at better competing with those devices already using the technology. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is another big week for Ukraine, expecting to get more help from the U.S. and American allies battling Russia's invasion.
Like it was during World War II, how the United States helped to save human lives, to save Europe.
That was Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky last Friday, sitting next to President Biden.
People have been incredibly brave.
The president praised Ukraine's resolve as they met in Paris, and President Biden detailed another $225 million worth of American military aid.
Never given up, never staying, never even yielding, and it's impressive.
This Thursday, Presidents Biden and Zelensky will see each other again at a summit in Italy, where G7 countries will gather focused on more military aid to Ukraine.
It's very important for Ukraine because they need to continue to show Russia that they have the backing of the West.
Michael Allen is a former special assistant to President George W. Bush for national security and the founder of Beacon Global Strategies.
It's a good shot in the arm for them. It helps their morale. And every time there's a big meeting like this, the participants are asked to come bearing gifts. And so all of these nations will come and make new announcements, either on how to train Ukrainian troops or more money that they're dedicating to the Ukrainian economy. And, of course, weapons transfers, which is what they need the most.
Air defense has been what Ukrainian President Zelensky has asked for over and over again. The U.S. has supplied that. There are fighter jets that some countries are providing. How much more do you think the West will do?
So I think that the West is coming to the conclusion that Vladimir Putin no longer sees this as just some brief episode where he had to send a message to Ukraine. Putin has retooled the Russian economy, turned it into a war machine. And so the Europeans are doing two things at once. One, they're studying our elections and wondering if the United States won't transfer weapons and money in the future. And they're also thinking to themselves, you know what, this is truly what we believed from the outset, which is an existential threat to Europe, of Vladimir Putin intent on moving westward. And so they're going to have to step up with more transfers of weapons and more, frankly, of their defense industrial base so that they can create more things for Ukraine. Because as long as this is an active war situation, the Ukrainians are going to need more and more weapons and equipment.
You mentioned the Europeans looking at us for politics, but in the last few days, there have been elections for the European Parliament, and a lot of victories were on the right. Far-right candidates, center-right candidates were successful. Is that a shift more toward nationalism and maybe in the future less support for Ukraine, possibly?
Fundamentally, I do think it's about populism. It's about worrying about immigration here and there, by the way. And I think that has fueled the rise of these populist parties in Europe. And a byproduct of that may be that they think they need to step aside or do less to antagonize Russia. I think the sentiment is going in the opposite direction because Putin is threatening these sabotaging buildings and factories all across even Western Europe. So I think the Europeans are going to try to continue on this trajectory to be tougher toward Russia. But you're right to flag it, and it's a big open question that needs to be watched.
One of the focuses of this summit is going to be frozen Russian assets, using those to supply loans to Ukraine. If that happens, does President Putin do anything? Is there any kind of lashing out, a reaction?
He's already tried to freeze and otherwise make it very hard for U.S. and other banks to move money out of Russia. It's effectively frozen there. He may try to, if he can pull it off, take that money. But you're right. Senator Graham and others are saying, look, President Biden, we gave you legislative permission to tap into Russian frozen assets, use that for the economic support of Ukraine so that U.S. taxpayer dollars don't have to be used for the salaries and the budgets and everything else that Ukraine needs to stay on its feet. So I think it's a good idea. And even though it will come with some risk that Putin will push back, everything we do runs that risk. And on balance, I think it's a good call for us to push Biden to do it.
With the U.S. authorizing Ukraine, and other countries too, to use weapons we've supplied to Ukraine to attack Russia across the border, what kind of an escalation is that? What effect is that going to have on the war, in your opinion?
So I don't see it as a huge escalation. I mean, at the end of the day, it still is the Ukrainians that are making the choices of what they feel like they need to do militarily to protect their country. And if anything, the Biden administration has been too obsessed about escalation. We, the United States, should have been busy putting down red lines that we don't want Vladimir Putin to cross, instead of Biden imagining red lines that we shouldn't cross. In fact, even though Biden has announced that the Ukrainians can hit certain sanctuaries of Russian troops that are just about to come over the border, I think it needs to be expanded a little bit more, because what the Ukrainians need to be able to do is, at the very least, make sure that the Russians can't exploit and use these sanctuaries against us. No one's talking about the Ukrainians being authorized to hit Moscow or other population centers. It's really just these troop sanctuaries very near the border, and they're amassing there because they think they have safe haven, and then they can run into Ukraine. That's got to be stopped.
A few days ago, Putin warned that he could use nuclear weapons if he feels Russian sovereignty is threatened. He has said this over and over again. Is it real?
I don't think it's real, except in very extreme situations. And if you look at Russian nuclear doctrine, it basically says if the deterioration of the Russian military is in the offing, he would use it. That's not, no one believes that's about to happen. And if anything, there'll be immense blowback on Russia, not just radiation, but diplomatic condemnation. They would lose the countries that don't have nuclear weapons. China, India, others who are buying their oil would freak out. I don't think it's a true threat.
There is something else Russia's doing that's provocative, much closer to home for us. 4 Russian warships, including a nuclear-powered submarine, will arrive in Cuba this week, along with some Russian warplanes. And for older Americans, it may bring back some bad memories from October of 1962, when the U.S. and the Soviets got into a standoff in what's known as the Cuban Missile Crisis, a dispute over nuclear weapons the Soviet Union was deploying in Cuba. 62 years later, the Cuban Foreign Ministry says this Russian visit does not represent a threat to the region.
So it depends on what they're up to. A mere port call doesn't bother me so much. We do those all over the world. But if there's cargo being delivered to Cuba, if they're installing even more in the ways of spy satellite dishes and the rest, that starts to worry me a little bit about what they're setting up at our border. So we need to use our considerable intelligence assets to study what the Russians are up to in our hemisphere. We obviously don't want any kind of repeat of the infamous Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't think they would put nukes there or even try. But it's a good reminder, though, that the Russians have been our implacable foes long before they invaded Ukraine. They try and sabotage. They try and pull off coups in Europe against NATO allies. They're flooding us with disinformation. They've tried to interfere with our elections, and they use chemical weapons to kill our allies and other of their own spies around the world. So the Russians are always up to no good. This is another example of it, and we just need to be very careful and watch them closely.
Now, you know, we talked about how Putin had warned of nuclear weapons. Well, he has also warned that Russia could put its weaponry in other countries that could strike Western targets, like, you know, the U.S. and others have put in weapons in Ukraine that are going to be used inside Russia. So is Cuba potentially one of those places?
I think so. I mean, if in his mind, if he wanted to find the friendliest governments in the hemisphere, they're Venezuela and it's Cuba. To me, that would violate an enormous red line that the United States has had for generations. It even reminds me of the Monroe Doctrine that we all studied when we were in grade school.
Yeah, 200 years ago.
Exactly. If they are trying to assert themselves as a presence in our hemisphere, I think that would be gravely destabilizing for the United States, and we would take it on very, very seriously. But I don't think there's, like there was in the Cold War, a real operational need to put nuclear weapons in Cuba anymore. But I want to see what they're up to.
You know, back 62 years ago, when all that was going on in the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was said that the Soviet leader Khrushchev thought that President Kennedy was weak and didn't expect the United States to stand up with a blockade and a showdown over nuclear weapons and all that. Is that what you think Putin thinks of President Biden?
You know, I do. In that case with Khrushchev, he was definitely testing John F. Kennedy. I think that Putin does largely think that Biden is too cautious, too concerned about escalation. He's noted that Biden in Ukraine is only transferring enough weaponry for Ukraine, I think, not to lose, not to win. So I do think there's something to the critique that Biden is weak in Vladimir Putin's mind. The Afghanistan withdrawal was a disaster and an advertisement for the world that the United States wasn't what it used to be. So we need to watch that dimension as well and think about this as we go forward about how to deter Russia and how do we show them our strength so that they don't try and interfere with our business.
Michael Allen, former Special Assistant to President George W. Bush for National Security, founder of Beacon Global Strategies. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Summer savings at Hessert Chevrolet. We're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9 APR for 72 months, up to $4,500 off MSRP, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. Don't miss out on these special offers here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. The UN Security Council approving a resolution that endorses a ceasefire plan after 8 months of fighting between Israel and Hamas. Fox's Nate Foy.
Mirrors President Biden's plan that includes 3 phases that passed with a vote of 14 in support, with Russia abstaining but declining to use its veto power.
That's Fox's Nate Foy. Hamas responding with a statement saying it welcomed the resolution, was ready to work with mediators. And the jury getting underway, deliberating on Monday in Hunter Biden's firearms trial. The president's son accused of lying on a federal form while purchasing a gun in 2018. The jury will have to decide on 2 key issues.
Did Hunter Biden knowingly lie when he said that he was not addicted to illegal drugs at the time of filling out that form? And did he illegally possess that gun for a period of 11 days?
Fox's David Spunt. The jury back to deliberating later this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
UConn will run it back. Despite being pursued by one of the most well-known organizations in all of sports, Dan Hurley will remain head coach of the UConn men's basketball team. Hurley turned down an offer from the Lakers in order to chase a 3rd consecutive national championship at the college level. In part of a statement, Hurley said, quote, "I am humbled by this entire experience. At the end of the day, I am extremely proud of the championship culture we have built at Connecticut." ESPN reported Monday that the offer from the Lakers was for 6 years and $70 million. Hurley now has the opportunity to lead a program to 3 consecutive national championships for the first time since John Wooden did so at UCLA. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic. It's clear lines right now. Angel Reese is the villain. Caitlin Clark is the hero. And it's almost like it's all scripted. This is perfect for the WNBA. She's all the talk. She's the one standing up there in front of reporters saying, I need all you guys to realize there's two of us that changed the game of women's basketball. And it's not just Caitlin Clark. I was a part of that 2 years ago in the national championship game, and it's going to continue to be that way from here on out. I kind of love it. I don't agree with her. It's way more Caitlin Clark than it is Angel Reese. But I like the fact that she's willing now to play more of the villain, and then she gets herself tossed from the game. The ball kid offering to pay it, like, where are the feminist groups upset about that? Oh, big bad man needs to come in and pay the fine for the W star in the league. I want Angel Reese to step up and say, I don't need no man's money. I don't need that money. I can pay my own fine. I get myself ejected. I'll pay the fine. I don't need some guy coming in offering to pay it. Where's the feminist group when it comes to that? I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word HEDGE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and there are thousands of rave reviews to prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, HEDGE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jean. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them, I could upload them, I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Xfinity fireworks shows at Citizens Bank Park are always a blast. Don't miss out on Thursday, June 27th and Friday, June 28th, both at 6:20 when the Phils face the Marlins. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, June 11th. Yes, it is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist. Henry Mashit. By the way, I love that last name. Mashit.
Mashit.
Yeah, it's just like a manly last name.
Is it Mashette?
Is it Mashette?
Well, I'm saying that because Biden said his middle name was
Robinette.
Mash, it's not French, I don't think.
No.
And if he was, Stalker wouldn't have him anyway.
No.
Yes. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Gregory.
I am good. How are you?
Day 2. I'm good. Day 2 of 5 with Elvis. You'll be 40% to the finish line at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I can't with this Elvis thing. Thank God it's for a good cause.
Yes, it is.
Thank God all the money goes to the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation, which I love.
That is correct. Linda Kearns, $1,000. We got a good show for you today. A big take on the red wave that is happening across the pond.
Uh-oh.
Will it reach the shores of America this November? Will some of us take the bait? Will some of us have learned our lesson? Does Europe have anything to do with us? We'll get to that in the big take this morning. Also, Joe Biden's border actions from a week ago, it's all nonsense. Bill Malugin with some new details as to just how the Biden administration threw up some good PR, but there's not much substance behind it.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Also, Margaret Brennan is stunned that 62% of Americans now support mass deportation of illegal immigrants in this country. Mainstream media continues to live in their little gated bubble. Yep. No doubt about it.
Definitely a gated bubble.
Definitely a gated bubble.
You know, when your employer picks you up with a driver, a nice dark-colored vehicle, picks you up, takes you to work, go into hair and makeup for a few hours, you work.
Same thing I do every morning here.
Right? That's how Nick Kayal rolls.
That limo
right?
shows up in Bluebell at 4:30, baby. Gen Z bringing mommy and daddy for job interviews at an alarming rate.
What?
Yes. Hey, Dad.
Wait a minute. Hang on. I have to know, before we get into this subject, have you ever gone with any of your children, Dawn Stenslin, on a job interview?
No.
Good.
We'll get to this. God almighty. And it's about a third of them. Walmart. Are we looking at an impending collapse of the big retail giant? James Carville, Nate Silver both say Biden should shut it down. We'll get to that. And also the coverage of the heroic Israeli hostage rescue.
Yeah.
We've got to play this video. And also the way mainstream media is portraying who was wronged and who was victimized. We'll get to that coming up. And by the way,
that's a good I mean, these are all good teases.
It's unbelievable.
It makes me want to stay tuned.
Yeah. I mean, most people are going to forget about some of these teases because I'm teasing like 7 things, which is like, what the consultants in radio say, just do one at a time.
No.
They don't listen for that long.
No, don't listen to consultants.
Listen to Greg Stock.
Thank you.
Brand manager.
I am always right.
And by the way, AI beauty pageants and the Emmy Awards both need more diversity.
AI beauty pageants?
Yeah, fake beauty pageants need more diversity and inclusion.
Good God.
We're going to get to a lot of good stuff today. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news right off the top at 6:04. She's not artificial, but she is intelligent.
Aww.
The great Dawn Stenslin.
Thank you. Good morning. Tuesday morning.
What a tease.
June 11th. 65 degrees right now. On this beautiful morning, the sun is up as Philadelphia police search for a group of dirt bike riders who shot and killed a man in the city's Kensington neighborhood. We've talked a lot about Kensington. They're about to enter phase 2 of the big plan with the police commissioner, Mayor Sherrell Parker, to try to crack down and clean up Kensington with all of those new recruits, the freshman officers, if you will, fresh from graduating, and they will be descending upon the Kensington neighborhood starting within 1 week. So the question here is, unfortunately, not even close after they're still in this communication phase of going door to door, letting the community know that they're cracking down, zero tolerance. This one happened last night, 8 o'clock on the corner of Potter and Huntington Streets. Philadelphia police say there were 2 suspects on each dirt bike, and you see that they've released the video. It shows some of those armed individuals opening fire down the block and opening fire, at least 41 shots fired. And they've said that they were from 2 different caliber semi-automatic weapons. They found all those shell casings there. But a 55-year-old man appears to have been the target there. He was sitting on the sidewalk shot multiple times. He was killed, later pronounced in the hospital. But they said that the victim was with 8 other people. Now, they said luckily nobody else was injured. So either they're a horrible shot or this was the intended. I mean, clearly he was at least one of the intended targets.
Yeah, and you've had countless news reports where people have been on the wrong end of a stray bullet.
Yeah.
And I've said in the past, we're a terrible aim in this city. You know, it's just amazing how many innocent civilians get hit by something that was not intended for them in the first place.
It just seems to me that this is I'm just predicting that there was some sort of an altercation with this 55-year-old man and these punk dirt bike thugs.
Yeah.
And this is how it ended.
I was just going to ask about that. We hear dirt bikes, we hear about ATVs, we hear about car rallies with people doing donuts and skidding out. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm 40 going on 80. But I thought the whole fascination with, like, dirt bikes and ATVs and cars was a thing of, like, the late 90s, mid-2000s. Is that something that just has always gone on, or is that, like, a reboot now? Is this a new trend again?
You wouldn't understand, Nick. It's the culture. I'm telling you that every time you bring up dirt bikes and all of this stuff, it's a culture that we suburbanites don't understand.
I guess. Unbelievable.
That's what they say.
I also want to know if these are American citizens or if this is similar to what we're seeing in New York with the migrant moped issue, where people are riding around causing crime and they're here, you know, in the last couple of months with the border.
No, I think they're Americans.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're Americans. I think they're, okay. I'll just leave it at that.
Philadelphia police say another man is dead after an execution-style shooting in Philadelphia's Kensington section. So police say this is clear that the gunman was targeting this victim. This murder happened inside a Chinese takeout restaurant along the 700 block of East Ontario Street. And they say that police are saying the gunman was initially chasing that victim down the streets, firing shots while they were both running. The victim stumbled into the restaurant with the gunman following closely behind. And that's when this was caught on surveillance cameras. So they'll have that. The victim obviously thinking that the gunman who was after him wouldn't go into the Chinese takeout restaurant, but it happened right there where he shot, killed him, SUV style. Killer then takes off in a red SUV, which police believe is possibly a Kia. No word if the Kia is a stolen vehicle.
Usually a Kia or a Hyundai.
I know.
You can take that one to the bank. By the way, what do you guys think about doing a remote in Kensington one morning?
You probably need somebody here in the studio.
No, we're not going to Kensington. What the hell's wrong with
Kayal and Company, Kensington remote.
No. I'm going to stay right here in my studio.
Your plush little space.
You guys can go wherever the hell you want to.
I'm happy to be on a ride-along next week with our new recruits in their vehicle with them.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think I'll go through Kensington with the Secret Service. That's about it.
Philadelphia police also searching for a suspect they say is wanted for multiple armed robberies at different commercial stores in Northern Liberties and Kensington. So this all started late May. Obviously, about 3 weeks ago, police say they responded to this robbery, 400 block of Girard Avenue. 39-year-old woman told police the suspect entered the restaurant, jumped the counter, pulled out a gun, stuck it in her face, demanding the money there, and even cocked his gun, pointed it in the victim's face to terrify her and intimidate her before fleeing on foot. Before the police arrived, she was not physically shot or, harmed, but badly shaken, as you can imagine.
Terrible.
So this same MO has been happening through Northern Liberties, Kensington. They believe this is the same suspect or the same group that is committing these. So they're obviously searching for that group. And we'll be talking more and more about how police are addressing drugs, the violence in this, what they're calling phase 2 of the Kensington cleanup. You'll notice lately I'm reporting a lot on all of the Kensington issues.
Mm-hmm.
So in many ways, they're going after these individuals and maybe flushing them out. So flushing them out of Kensington, where will they go? Will they catch them all, imprison them, prosecute, throw the book at them? That's another question. So we have at least 75 new recruits hitting the streets. That phase 2 is expected to begin next Sunday into Monday. as they try to clean up Kensington.
Hey, you can carry on, Don. I got to turn my lights back on in the studio. Hey, it went dark in here.
Boys, come on.
What are we doing here? I'm going to do my big take in the dark.
We also had what they're calling an assault on, as we do. This is Blair Witch News, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Blair Witch Project.
You know that movie.
I'm in a closet.
That movie just turned 25, and I remember everybody thought that movie when it came out was real. You remember that? Or like everybody's like, so they filmed this movie where these kids went into the woods and ran into like witches and ghosts, and it was real.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Blair Witch Project.
Yeah.
It was actually just a cheap way to make a film.
It
Captured
was
everybody's attention.
Yep, exactly.
Studying it in film classes all over the place.
Yep.
But on a serious note, Philadelphia police say one of their own, an officer, was parked in an alleyway. This happened yesterday when they were assaulted by another vehicle, and that it was a marked patrol vehicle, uniformed officer struck by a white Chevy Camaro, 3200 block of Friendship Street. This is according to Philadelphia police. That officer transported to a local hospital and was at that point expected to be treated and released, but they felt that this was intentional. This was the white Chevy Camaro intentionally ramming into a marked patrol vehicle. So that one going on as they look for that individual operating the white Chevy Camaro. I will tell you that Senator John Fetterman making headlines. He reported with his wife. They posted a little video. They are okay, but we've learned that they were in this car accident in Maryland over the weekend. Happened Sunday on their wedding anniversary. So posting that little video, it sounds like everybody's okay, and we don't have many details on this.
We have the video if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
This is cut 19, Phil. If you want to bring this up, go.
Hi, everybody. You've heard that we were involved in a car accident, and that's absolutely true.
It was the worst anniversary.
Yeah, and not great for your wedding anniversary, but we're both great. And thank you for all of you that you care. Thank you so much. But actually, I'm using frozen peas from the teeter in the yard, and of course Tylenol. But we're great. But thank you for anyone with well issues.
Frozen peas and Tylenol.
Yeah.
With the well issues. So I don't have word as to who was driving. There were initial reports. He was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's what I heard.
Those were the initial reports.
Yeah.
So I was surprised he was driving.
Yeah.
You imagine getting into an accident and then you get out to exchange insurance and registration, and then Fetterman walks out. There's this 6'7" big bald guy in a hoodie.
Well, he's a state senator, so you would think that he would be driven around, right?
I would.
Yeah, you would
presume,
think.
Yeah.
But after, he's still recovering from a stroke, so I would have thought maybe his wife would be driving.
Yeah. He's the everyman. He's getting a 2013 Ford Ranger.
Yeah, even if my husband had a stroke, he does not want me driving.
Yeah.
So I'm not giving an opinion on him. I just.
Why, have you been known to Florida in the minivan?
Nope.
Leadfoot Stenson, they called her.
There was a lot of trade news. Phillies released Bo Burrows, but the Phils obviously coming back from London, had a day of rest, and now start in Fenway against Boston. So this is a 3-game series beginning today.
Yeah. Zach Wheeler on the mound tonight. The first time he's been on the mound since the 4th or something of June.
Wow.
So
greatest venue in all of sports, in my opinion.
Fenway Park? Oh,
yeah.
You're insane.
Fenway or Lambeau for football or baseball. Yeah.
7:10 p.m.
Hated
this
place.
evening. Zach Wheeler. Apparently, Rob Thompson when he did all the interviews, said that they had said that not everybody had to go to London.
Oh, really?
They had the option because if you're not
What were they gonna do?
pitching, you're not doing, you can stay home and rest.
And what, join via Zoom? Do virtual?
Well, no, if you have for the bench, to cheer on your.
No, like if you're a pitcher, if you're a starting pitcher and you're not going to play.
You're not going to play. Why not stay home and rest?
Do we have reports of any players that stayed?
Nope.
Okay.
They all went.
They all went to London.
Yeah.
So, but that begins 3-game series begins tonight.
Their team. Can you imagine if Zach Wheeler was just like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm going to be at Parks. I'll see you when you get back.
I mean, I would. To hell with all you people. I would be like, no, I'm not going.
Yeah, I'm not. I told you yesterday I have no interest in going to London.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to miss London.
No.
Come on, guys.
No, just go to Seattle if you want to experience.
The problem
great
is
weather.
all these time zones that they're in Colorado and they're like.
I'm telling you, that's the biggest rigor of baseball is the travel.
Ugh.
Apparently, they told them when they got in the plane, they said, sleep, try to get right to sleep, and then, don't sleep the whole flight, wake up, try to get back in the time zone.
Yeah.
When I came back from Italy, I came right back. I had like 3 hours. Like, come on, suck it up. You make a lot of money, guys.
I know. And did 6 hours of radio.
Right. I mean,
Yeah. You did more hours of radio than you had sleep.
So suck it up, fellas.
Yeah. I agree.
Dawn's message to the Phillies is suck it up, Buttercup.
That's right.
Love you guys, but come on.
Yeah.
So we have a lovely forecast, as I say, sponsored by Styles CFO Services. 76 degrees for your Tuesday, starting out right now, 65 degrees. Wednesday, we start this heat up with this warm up. 84 degrees is your high, mostly sunny skies for tomorrow. And then Thursday, 90 degrees, sunny skies. Friday, that's when the heat is on, Flag Day. Donald J. Trump's birthday, 93 degrees. Now, there are some possible chances for some little possible storms because I'm watching this because Nick Kayal is actually going to be on a Trump golf course. Is that correct?
That is correct on Friday.
Friday.
Trump National in Pine Hill, New Jersey.
So we want to make sure you're safe, but 93 degrees. So we'll watch that Friday forecast just to make sure that those chances of T-storms don't really happen. The weekend, warm and sunny, 85 degrees, mostly sunny skies for your Saturday, 86 on your Sunday, and then 90 degrees next Monday. This is incredible summer-like beach weather for June. I mean, here we are, June 11th. This is hot. It's hot.
We haven't had a ton of rain either.
Oh, we had rain for March and April for 2 straight months. We're
this
good.
Is true.
I want droughts.
Droughts.
I want heat.
It's not good for my lawn.
I want firm greens and rolling fairways. Sick of everybody watering everything. Enough with the water.
We're sponsored by Styles CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. So let Styles CFO Services be yours. Thank you, Styles CFO Services, for sponsoring our 6 a.m. first version, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, Red Wave 2.0. Unlike 2022, why it could happen this time in 2024. We all recall the 2022 midterms and how they were a complete bust for the GOP. The much-anticipated, highly predicted red wave never really materialized in November of 2022, despite much hope, fanfare, and hysteria. Sure, you had Florida Governor Ron DeSantis rolling to re-election, and Republicans took back the House, but for the most part, it was crash and burn for the GOP in embarrassing fashion. And while Joe Biden and his administration has bumbled and stumbled through 3.5 years of inflation, open borders, lawlessness, wars, and economic turmoil, some Republican voters, if not many, are skeptical to latch on to a potential 2024 red wave and take the bait again. I have been one of those individuals. And while I think Donald Trump would win the election today over Joe Biden, the reality is we're still 146 days away from Tuesday, November 5th, Election Day. Usually far-left policies emanate on the West Coast and work their way east. But what if a different red wave is starting out east and working its way west? Could Europe and the red wave that is actually materializing and coming to fruition be on its way to the United States of America? We can certainly hope. So far, the predictions have actually been right and led to right-wing victories across the pond. I want to go back to February 6th of 2024, Politico with the headline that read, "This time, the far-right threat is real. Could a far-right European Union really happen?" And let's also look back to March 12th of 2024, The Washington Post with this headline, "Will a red wave hit the EU? The European Union is about to get splashed hard by a red wave during its parliamentary elections in June." The reality is this. As of last summer, August 2023, Only 5 of the 27 European Union state members are socialist-led, as conservatism keeps gaining popularity in Europe and gaining strength. So is this the red wave in Europe actually going to happen? Well, the answer is yes. Just 4 days ago, Axios with the headline that said, quote, voters are raging everywhere against the incumbents. Across the continent, parties in power are bracing for a drubbing in this week's elections for the European Parliament, in many cases at the hands of far-right populists. 4 years of multiple crises, a global pandemic, large-scale war in Europe for the first time in decades, and debilitating inflation are fueling anti-incumbent backlash in the biggest election year in human history. And with Joe Biden, his approval rating is stuck in the high 30s. And even that remains better than leaders like Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who is at 35%, Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz, 26%, and French PM Emmanuel Macron at 23%. That according to the Morning Consult Tracker. But the most popular leader on the tracker is Argentina's Javier Milei, 61%, a self-described anarcho-capitalist who was swept into office in December on a burn-it-all-down platform. Meanwhile, here in America, that would lead you to think that Joe Biden is in deep trouble against Donald Trump if you believe what the polls are telling you. Also, in addition to the polls, the latest Polymarket betting odds not only predict Donald Trump to win the White House, but also that Republicans will take the Senate while Democrats will narrowly take back the House. Polymarket gives Trump a 56% chance to become president again. Senate Republicans, a 73% chance to flip the Senate from blue to red, and Democrats, a 54% chance of flipping the House from red to blue. So is America ready for a new era? Here is Margaret Brennan Sunday on Face the Nation on CBS with new polling data showing just how close the race between Trump and Biden actually is. Listen and watch.
Among voters across all 50 states, former President Trump leads President Biden by 1 point, 50 to 49. But if we're looking at voters across the 7 states identified by CBS as the battlegrounds likely to decide the election, those numbers are flipped. And President Biden is ahead of his predecessor by 1 point, 50 to 49.
That poll, which is the CBS Yahoo YouGov poll, confirms what my belief has been, that this election will be closer than before and will be razor thin. I legitimately think it's a coin flip. Anthony Salvanto is the CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director, and he joined Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation to break down what this election really means and what it comes down to. Listen and watch this.
What it does do, though, is put a spotlight on the campaign to define what this campaign is about. And when you ask people, is this a judgment on Donald Trump for you? When that happens, Joe Biden wins those voters by 2 to 1. But when people say that this contest is about a comparison between the two or a referendum on Joe Biden, Donald Trump does much better. And part of the reason he does much better is that Trump does better than Biden on a lot of these qualities, like being tough, being effective. Biden does better on being personally liked, on being compassionate. What does all that tell you? Is that each of these campaigns is going to try, at least in part, to make this campaign about the other guy as much as, or at least or more, as what they're going to do.
So is it a new era? Well, technically, neither guy would be a new era, as we are in the unique position in America of not only a rematch, but a rematch where each candidate will have served 4 years already. But there is certainly a new era in Europe underway. In France, National Rally won a historic 31.5% of the European Union vote, forcing Macron to dissolve the national parliament. In Germany, AfD surges to become the second largest party as liberal parties tank. In Belgium, the prime minister resigns after his crushing defeat against the right. In Italy, Meloni's brother wins in a landslide. In Austria, FPO doubles their seats and becomes the largest party in the nation. In Spain, the right is beating the left by 10%. Those headlines and those stats, courtesy of the Twitter feed and wokeness. And I cite that feed and wokeness to ask you this question. If Europe is waking up, does that mean the wokeness era is dying? Is America on the verge of being awake while ditching far left policies? We can only hope. And it's a totally valid question to ask. I want you to think about this. According to Politico, mainstream parties are seeking to slow a populist surge across the globe in the European Union's parliamentary elections, in which last week alone, 373 million people were eligible to vote in 27 countries between Thursday and Sunday of last week. 373 million voters in 27 nations. Here in the United States of America, as of January 2024, we have over 161 million registered voters in just one nation alone. The conclusion is this: it's a bad time to be running for re-election just about anywhere. But is Biden's time running out? If you look in Europe, the answer would say yes. If you go back just 2 years ago here in America, the answer is no. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And we shall see if the red wave makes landfall in America in just a mere 20 weeks. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and sound off in the Kayal and Company comment community. You can give us your take. You can praise us. You can say that you would do a better job hosting the show than all of us. Whatever you like, it's your platform. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Your small business deserves a strong financial leader. More than an accounting firm, you need a professional who will focus on growth and profitability. With Styles CFO Services, now you can afford an experienced CFO at the fraction of the cost of a full-time CFO. Styles CFO Services offers surprisingly affordable hourly rates, no retainers, contracts, or minimums, and a complimentary 21-point financial assessment. Visit stylescfo.com. That's STILESCFO.com. Accelerate the growth of your bottom line today with Styles CFO Services.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmers market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Walking through a party in the county jail. The prison band was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard this knocked out jailbird sing. Let it rock. Everybody let it rock. Everybody in the whole cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock.
It is Kayal and Company. Welcome back in. Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, the law offices of Linda Kearns, LLC, with a $1,000 donation. The family's behind the badge as we continue day 2 of a 5-day Elvis playlist week. Much to the chagrin of Stalker, but don't ever say he doesn't take one for the team, folks.
I take one for teams every day.
He does it for the brand. He does what's best for business. 855-839-1210. So I want to get some people's thoughts on this. If you have thoughts, we were all excited 2 falls ago, and yes, Republicans took back the House, and yeah, Ron DeSantis would just cruise to victory in Florida. But a lot of people, a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives that fought the culture wars in 2021, tried to run the same playbook back, and it didn't work in 2022. But here we are, and I wanted to do this big take this morning for 2 reasons. And we'll get to the border updates coming up in just about 10 minutes or so. But Dawn mentioned something yesterday that kind of triggered my brain a little bit. And we were mentioning, kind of in passing, France and Emmanuel Macron. And we did a lot of stuff on Biden and, D-Day on Friday when Sean Farish was in. And yesterday we talked about and mentioned how, the French Parliament dissolving. And Dawn, you said something very brief, but it stood out. You said it's all about immigration. And then you said, boom. And I that's verbatim is exactly what you said.
I don't even remember saying that.
Yeah. And it caught my attention. And then I'm looking at some of these elections that occurred over the last 5 days in Europe. France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Austria, Spain. I didn't even mention in the big take, but Luxembourg. On down the list. All of these nations have completely had it with a variety of left-wing policies, but maybe nothing bigger than immigration and the border and these countries just being taken over by people who are in that country illegally. So I wanted to go into that big take this morning, looking at everything that's happening in Europe and ask people a question. Were we just 2 years premature on the red wave? And I'll ask you the question. I know you're hoping for a red wave this fall, but do you think Europe is an indicator of what is to come here in just about 5 months?
I do.
You do?
Number one, and I do think many of these governments, you think of Canada, for example. Remember we covered those truck drivers and they were, persecuting them and even tapping into their bank accounts. So sure, for those who were really overreaching and ridiculous during the pandemic, I think that's a backlash. But you think of hundreds of thousands of refugees and migrants in 2023 into 2024 traveled into these European countries. The difference with it is if you go back even like 10, 11 years, they had an issue where they did have a spike maybe over a period back in like 2014, 2015, or maybe 1.5 million overall in Europe, but they were called illegal. Mm-hmm. It was illegal immigration.
Right.
The left-wing folks who just got the boot made it all legal. So now you've supersized it. You have, if you look over the past, how many millions of people have been allowed to come in, they've said, oh no, come on in. It's legal. Come on. And when you have, think of for us, how we feel with the border, with people coming over the border. Mm-hmm. But for one European country, we forget. We say, oh, we're talking about London, or we're talking about, pick a country. Recently, when I was in Italy, for example, the locals were telling us, oh yeah, we've got this new female president. She's a conservative. Hopefully everybody does this. Mm-hmm. They're all, but you think about Italy, what is it, a little bigger than Florida?
Is that right?
Yeah. So
okay.
think about the state, think of Germany. We think of Germany as like we in the U.S., we forget how big we are. Mm-hmm. We're bigger than everybody. We have more land than everybody.
Right.
In Europe, not so much.
Yeah.
So they have all of these migrants coming with their left-wing governments saying, yep, it's perfectly legal. Mm-hmm. And then they have, the crowding, the services, yes, the crime, but also just they're more socialistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So think about now they're supporting all of these individuals and it's during a tough economy.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, too. It's more than just immigration here and abroad. It's inflation. It's wars. A lot of these bigger nations that we talked about, yes, Italy, Germany, on down the list, they're all dealing with 2, 3, or 4 of the same issues we're dealing with here, which also includes government overreach, restrictions on free speech,
and restrictions on fuel for climate change.
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. At a time when you're hurting in the economy, you're supporting all these new people, and now they're saying, oh, due to climate change, we're cutting back your energy. When we were in Italy, just to give you an example, and I don't know how long they've done this, you use your key card. And you use the key card to turn on all the power and the outlets to charge anything in your room. When you leave that room, you pull the key card and you leave, so you can't leave something charging. On top of that, they didn't have air conditioning. The government controls when you can turn the AC on in most of these European countries.
Oh, that's outrageous.
And it's the municipality.
Could you imagine that in America? I mean, we're going to be dealing with 93-degree weather on Friday. When I get home from playing Trump National, do you think I want to sit in a hot box?
Well, that's just it. It's men. So for me, I was like, open the windows. It's nice and cool at night. All the men were down in the lobby go, What is happening here? We need the AC.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Immigration boom, quote Dawn Stensland. So maybe Margaret Brennan should actually listen to the show and consume some stuff outside of the mainstream media and also the little bubble in which these media elites live in, because I gave you 2 clips from her show on Sunday in The Big Take, but the headline in the New York Post yesterday, CBS CBS's Margaret Brennan shocked that most Americans back deporting illegal immigrants. I just want to read you this and some of these stats here that were from that YouGov poll as Anthony Salvanto broke down these numbers. There's video of it out there, too, if you want to look at it. There's a lot of screenshots. Like, her face was so stunned that almost 2/3 of Americans are on board with this now. So CBS Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan struggled to digest numbers from a recent poll showing nearly 2 in 3 Americans support mass deportation of illegal immigrants. Brennan appeared incredulous when pondering recent figures on Sunday morning showing that 62% of all Americans back, quote, in principle, a new government program to deport all undocumented illegal immigrants living in the United States illegally. The Face the Nation host reacted to survey figures presented by Anthony Salvanto, the top CBS News pollster, who noted that supporters of former President Donald Trump, as well as some Democrats, are in favor now of mass deportations. The segment was reported on Sunday to the news site Mediaite, which is a site we use sometimes for video and audio. And in response, by the way, I'll just give you the numbers here. The CBS News poll, YouGov, new national program supporting deportation of all undocumented immigrants. Amongst registered voters, 62% in favor, 38% oppose that. And in response to Salvanto's reading of the numbers, Brennan remarked that the Biden administration, quote, has already deported or gotten rid of more people in the past year than any year since 2010. To which I would say, okay, but Margaret, that's because they've allowed the number of people coming in here illegally to break and shatter records year over year, month after month for almost 3.5 years. The numbers are off the charts. So it's not an apples to apples comparison, so to speak. And ICE informed us that 142,000 undocumented migrants came into the United States alone in 2023, which was almost double the year of 2022. And then Brennan and Salvanto are having this conversation about Trump vowing to deliver the largest mass deportation effort in American history. And Brennan says on Sunday, well, quote, some of what Mr. Trump talks about could be illegal. It doesn't seem practical in some sense to round up children. So, of course, they're going back to the children in the cages things. And Salvanto said, quote, we are in a different era in which folks say that the system as a whole is not working. You know, we've talked about this in the past, and Stocker has mentioned it. This election could come down to abortion versus immigration. If you believe that is the key head-to-head battle, you have got to like the fact that these polling numbers are showing that 2 out of every 3 Americans are ready for mass deportation. And, oh, by the way, that's a YouGov CBS poll, okay? That's not Fox News or a more conservative-leaning network poll. I mean, this is basically the equivalent to a CNN poll, which I think most people are now at the belief now of, hey, you know what? It's not a problem until it shows up in my neighborhood, in my community, on my doorstep, in my front porch. And now we live in a country, let's be honest, we have many, many sanctuary cities, even if they're not officially labeled sanctuary cities. And, Dawn, I think you highlight this sometimes in the news when we were talking about these mainline burglars and these tourist burglars. A lot of the collar counties in Philadelphia right now are dealing with this, and it's hitting home right here locally.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as Margaret Brennan, either
she's shocked.
Here's the thing: never seemed surprised by the information. So either you didn't, I'm sure the poll didn't come out that minute,
right?
So you wanted people to see that you were shocked by that. That's what that tells me, because
that's an indicator.
I worked for CBS Network. I worked there.
Okay.
Those producers are awesome.
Okay.
They prep you up the wazoo.
Yeah.
So she knew the poll. She was not, oh my goodness, this is breaking news. It just came out. It's that she knew it, and so she wanted to show that surprise. That to me is even worse. That she's that obtuse. Shawshank Redemption, favorite word. She's that obtuse.
Yeah.
And out of touch with the American people and the pain that people are feeling.
Let me play the audio because we have it.
Okay.
No video, just the audio, because I'm curious to hear how it sounds, because the report makes it sound one way. I just want to hear how this sounds.
To unpack that a bit, because this 62% of Americans favor deporting all undocumented immigrants. So Homeland Security says that President Biden has already deported or repatriated more people in the past year than any year since 2010. And then, depending on the details of what's talked about on the campaign trail, some of what Mr. Trump talks about could be illegal. It doesn't seem practical in some sense to round up children. And then we know that the courts have questioned whether local authorities would have the ability to do it, and federal authorities don't have the resources. So what exactly do people think they're supporting?
I mean, thrown for a loop? Like, does it sound like she's hearing that for the first time?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these headlines sometimes you have to listen to it, and you have to. It just like I don't know. She just seemed she's shocked at what people are supporting, but I mean, like
I'd have to see
thrown for a loop.
I think it was the look on her face.
Yeah.
When you're
I was watching it. It was
okay. When
I
you,
don't know.
I think it's more the look on her face. It's like, oh, but I think it's to Greg's point. It's clearly she's thinking, well, how, what? It's more of a commentary than it is that reaction.
I also think it's the totality of the last 3.5 years. I mean, keep in mind, Joe Biden in his first 100 days wrote 94 executive orders pretty much dismantling everything Trump had accomplished at the border. And now, I mean, when we see all these constant headlines of and I'm assuming she lives somewhere in or around New York, so she's aware locally of what's happening, and I'm just assuming she lives in New York, either that or Washington, that, you know, you have to know what's going on in your own backyard. Even though you do a national show, locally, you know, New York police officers, you know,
She
first
live in
it was...
Connecticut. I don't know where she lives.
Okay.
Seriously, but
Where
she's
do they film
driven
that
in.
at? Does but she's driven into New York for that?
Is she New York or is she Washington, D.C.?
That might be D.C., guys.
Okay.
She might be at D.C.
Yes,
But
it's
either
DC.
way,
right?
She's not. She's in somewhere in Virginia. She's driven in. I just think that it shows the out of touch nature of a lot of these individuals, and it's a problem with our media in general that they're all. You know, at least CNN used to be in Atlanta. You had somebody in Atlanta. Now they're all in these centralized areas they live seriously in it. And what did you call it? A bubble wrap bubble, or what did you call it?
A gated bubble?
Gated bubble?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Because they don't deal with it. They don't see it, right? You know, it doesn't show up for the most part in their neighborhood. I mean, maybe a random rogue case here and there. And then, of course, you know, you've got, you know, vehicle transportation, and you're just living in this. And I don't knock them. I don't hate on them. Look, capitalism, hooray. You know, you're in the 1%. I'd like to be in the 1% as well. But it's almost as if they're detached from the reality of the every man and woman out there that, you know, lives paycheck to paycheck or doesn't live in the most elite neighborhood. So when 2/3 of Americans start to say, you know what, this is a major issue, it really shouldn't come as a surprise for somebody who, as you said, Dawn, probably has 12 different producers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, these, you know, that narrative of these are children. Like, we've seen the video.
I haven't seen children in months.
It's all adult men,
and not just
children,
and not just from South America.
Yes,
the Middle East, China, Asia.
Yes. This
Turkey.
narrative of you're separating children from their mothers is bull. You know what?
Well, unless they're human trafficked.
Well,
you know what I mean? Because we're not, to your point, we're not seeing a ton of kids coming in. So what's up with that? And they did, at some point, they can do a swab and make sure that they're related. So the only valid point she raises, although that's not what she's alluding to, is I would love to know, well, how many of these individuals, children or otherwise, especially children and women, are being trafficked in some way.
Yes. 855-839-1210. And then I want to give you the report that Bill Malugin posted yesterday on his X feed. Fox News obtained an internal Border Patrol memo. I got a feeling that just Bill Malugин's got all the sources in the world at the border, and he should. He basically lives there. He's obtained an internal Border Patrol memo sent to agents in San Diego, in the San Diego sector, after President Biden's executive order took effect last week, instructing them to release single adults from all but 6 countries in the Eastern Hemisphere and classifying them as hard or very hard to remove. We've got some of the bullet points here on YouTube. This was the graphic that Bill tweeted out. Phil just posted that on our video feed if you want to watch and take a look at that. In addition to what Bill's reporting, and here's the interesting part, President Biden and DHS promised consequences and removal for those who cross illegally between ports of entry after the executive order took effect. But the overwhelming majority of illegal crossers in San Diego sector, including the Chinese, Middle Eastern, and African adults that we've been showing, are still being released into the U.S. with future court dates, as our coverage has shown repeatedly with Border Patrol mass releases at a trolley station in San Diego. DHS officials said that they are engaged with these countries and are trying to enhance cooperation and communication with them. Bottom line, in the short term, according to Bill, mass catch and release continues for illegal immigrants in San Diego sector who continue pouring in from all around the globe. So like I said last week, my suspicion was not only was this an election year ploy, but this was going to be something very cosmetic in nature without much substance, much backing behind it. And it looks like, according to Bill, that these encounters are still happening and the releases are still happening. They just happen to be occurring in San Diego. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the conversation. We're going to get to a whole bunch of other things in hour 2. Dawn will kick off the 7 o'clock hour with some news. We also have Hunter Biden trial updates as jury deliberation began yesterday for a mere 60 minutes. They'll be back in court today to resume what I would presume is a full day of jury deliberations. We'll give you a couple of the highlights of closing arguments and some key takeaways from reporters that were there. And also, by the way, Dr. Jill, she's flying all over the globe on your dime. We're going to give you the figures.
What did Hunter call her?
A vindictive moron.
And a
entitled C-word.
A C-word, yeah.
And she's flying around on her private charter everywhere.
Every time you bring up Joe Biden, I'm just going to reference those Hunter Biden texts because, guys,
my wife's a Philly girl.
Guess who knows these people better than we do, the American people? Their children.
The kids.
Their children.
The kids tell all. Just wait till the kids release my book.
Oh, boy.
My God. All right, 6:52. We'll come back.
He was drunk. He golfed all the time.
And he was on FanDuel way too often.
And he was one of those Trump guys that talked on the radio.
He gaggled away my tuition.
Stop.
And he had no hair.
He left us. Thank God we're girls because he would have left us with a horrendous hairline.
Caillou for Trump.
Oh, snort.
Damages.
Put it on the board.
They're going to sue you for damage.
Yeah, good luck getting $7. That's $4.50 after taxes, girls. Hour 2 next.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I know that with this economy, summer vacation may seem a bit unaffordable this year, but I still want you to make those summer memories with the kids. You gotta do it, right? Summer vacation. And my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, makes it easy and affordable. Book a June midweek stay, and you will receive resort credits. That's right, they're gonna give you money to spend at the resort. Now, they have 2 gigantic pools, including a heated indoor pool, and you will love the food at Hemingway's restaurant. And you're gonna love using their resort credits on site. For example, you stay a week, you're gonna get $70 a night back in resort credits to use. And you can use them how you want to use them. And the Grand Hotel offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette. So you get the best of both worlds. It's like renting a shore home, but with all the amenities of a full-service resort. And you don't have to pack the sheets and the towels. You enjoy the convenience of a private kitchenette, refrigerator, and housekeeping. Book direct with them for the best rates to get your resort credits. Book your stay at 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. They will sell out this summer. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey. We're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Oh, I wish I could handle all my financial needs under one roof.
How many roofs do you go to?
Currently, 4. One for savings, another for loans, and...
Stop. Write this down. First Harvest Credit Union. I'm able to save money with amazing loan rates and saving options like certificates, checking, growth savings account, which is currently earning 3.5% annual percentage yield. Should I continue?
You had me at one roof.
Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Equal opportunity lender insured by NCUA.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as one day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorite are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. These things are not only works of art, but also great for everyday use. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart?
It's Kayal and Company, never drifting apart, always connected. How could you drift apart from this show? There's a million ways to consume it. 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube. You can download the podcast. You can go to the website. Remember back in the day in like 2009 when you would go to 1210WPHT.com and download the show? Yeah, you can still do that. 855-839-1210. As we continue here, cut sheet coming up 7:45. Just some incredible cuts and commentary coming your way as we have all sorts of goodies lined up in just about 43 minutes. Also want to get to Hunter Biden and his trial. Jury deliberations underway. Dr. Jill's 3,600-mile round-trip flight from France to Delaware and how much it cost you, the taxpayer. And we've also got some good stories with Gen Zers, with job interviews, and also what's going on with Walmart as stores beginning to close around the country, a handful in 2024 alone. Maybe a poll question. If Stalker could only keep one, would he keep France or Walmart? Might be worth throwing out later on the show. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Tuesday, June 11th, we are sponsored in the news by Piazza Auto Group. So let us begin with the cleanup in Kensington, Operation Clean Sweep, as they're calling it, with the city of Philadelphia, the mayor, the commissioner of police, everybody focusing on Kensington. But this, as police this morning are searching for this group of armed, dangerous dirt bike riders who shot and killed a man in the city's Kensington neighborhood last night about 8 o'clock, Potter and Huntington Streets. 2 suspects on each bike there, and it was captured on surveillance video and surveillance images released of those armed individuals opening fire down the block before then taking off. Police saying at least 41 shots were fired by at least 2 different caliber semi-automatic weapons, and they're still gathering up all of that evidence. We know that a 55-year-old man who was sitting on the sidewalk was shot dead, but the 8 other people with that victim were not injured at all, not even struck by any of the bullets. They said that's kind of amazing. Another man is dead after an execution-style shooting also in Kensington. Police say it's not clear whether or not, in that one, police say it is clear, very clear, that the gunman was, in fact, targeting the victim. In fact, chasing the victim down the street. And that's when the ultimate victim here ducked into a Chinese takeout restaurant along the 700 block of East Ontario Street, trying to get away with the guy who was running after him. So that's where this was captured on surveillance images, which they're releasing. It's the Kitchen Express. Police say the gunman was, after chasing the person down the street, was firing shots. And this is before getting there to the Chinese. So firing shots down the street.
He's playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, people ducking for cover there, as well as the guy he's chasing after. But it didn't matter. He goes right in. You see him. The shooter is standing over the victim and continues firing multiple shots into the victim's body while he's lying there face down on the floor right in the customer takeout area.
Can you imagine being the small business owner of that Chinese restaurant, just, grinding out day after day, making a living, and you've got somebody being basically executed on your pickup floor? Like, my goodness. Some of these business owners should just be armed at all times. You never know when it's going to show up on your front porch, so to speak.
So true.
Yeah.
So the killer took off in a red SUV, possibly a Kia, although we don't know if that was his Kia or if it had license plates or not, or those paper temporary ones, or was it a stolen vehicle? I don't have all of that information, but we're following that one for you very carefully as well. Hunter Biden, those deliberations, I know we'll talk about that moving forward. That's another headline. I wanted to kudos to Axios, who did really a breakdown of the I-95 collapse, which happened 1 year ago today.
Oh, wow. 1 year anniversary.
1 year ago.
Man, time flies.
So it obviously snarled traffic for weeks, on one of the East Coast's busiest highways. And they say that it was caused by that tanker bursting into flames right beneath a section of the highway. Remember this, affecting commerce, upending the lives of Philadelphians and commuters, and our own Greg Stocker, who had to deal with I-95 and all. Yes. I mean, it was a hot mess.
As Fetterman said, 95, 95, 95.
But the Axios Philadelphia did a good, an interesting take on it as far as just giving us some of the numbers. Repairs, they say, cost $16.7 million so far, including nearly $5 million on that temporary fix, which was pretty amazing. I remember we all made bets and said, no way will they get this done that quickly.
Yeah, what was it, 2 weeks?
It was incredible.
It was really fast. You got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But right ahead of, big summer activities and all of that, I found it amazing. So, and that was thanks to a local company who had that new technology.
Oh, that's right. With what they put down on the road, wasn't it like little pebbles, or I forget the way you reported it a
glass
year ago. Yeah.
Fiber. I mean, it was amazing that they could do that temporary fix, which held up. They gave a breakdown of it. I just thought that was pretty cool. So, tragically, though, it took the life of trucker Nathaniel Moody, and I don't know that they have released all of the information as far as exactly what went wrong there. Remember, there were questions about how fast he may have been going. By all accounts, just a tragic situation, but I just wanted to headline that one for you. Apple announcing they're going all in with AI, artificial intelligence. So they announced that several new AI features are happening with Apple as they partner with ChatGPT maker OpenAI.
Oh, we've heard enough about ChatGPT in the last year. We already know which direction this whole thing will go. My God.
So it's a deal they announced the deal at their huge worldwide developers conference yesterday afternoon, highly anticipated. So AI, what does this mean? Siri is I shouldn't have said her name, but
she's your phone's going to respond. Your phone's going to talk back to you now.
My phone is not activated with you-know-who.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what's going to happen now is Apple partners with ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, whether it's the iPhone 16 or 17. It'll only be a matter of time till some of these iPhones come with built-in AI apps, and it's going to make for social media to be even more difficult to discern what's real and what's fake. Take that to the bank.
Yeah, and to your point about it, we talk about, education, indoctrination. This is a real issue for schools.
Mm-hmm.
because kids will, in every class, they're going to go to Chat GPT, which I'm told by my sources is better than Google. Google apparently sucks with all of this stuff. Chat GPT is pretty amazing.
Okay.
So that's an issue because remember that gave us Black George Washington.
Right.
So then
you can rewrite history any way you want now. Yep.
So that I think that for educators, it's a real challenge. And I happen to know some teachers who've said, "Oh yeah, make my day." Because now the teachers are armed with knowing if somebody even
plagiarizes.
Looked at it's not even that. It's
really?
just that they not just plagiarize, but did they get their basic ideas from that? Are they using that as a source?
Yeah. Yep.
And so now you're having educators go back and say, "Don't go there. Don't even look at it."
Yeah. Yeah, which is why you got to cite. Which is why you got to cite your sources. That's why every story I give you, I tell you where it's coming from.
Yes, sir. So we have that one going on. So this has, of course, Apple also at the center of that antitrust lawsuit we've talked a lot about, filed by the Justice Department as well as 15 other states. Government accusing Apple of really abusing its power as one big, monopoly, pushing out rivals, keeping customers to use its products with proprietary, different equipment we all know. And so it's unclear how Apple's new partnership with OpenAI then, what role does this play with that antitrust lawsuit with the Justice Department and all those states? So kind of watching that one as a sideline.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I would say Apple's a monopoly. I would just say that Google and Samsung from a phone standpoint suck. I'm anti-green box. You know that. Phil Almquist ruining our group chat as a Droid user.
Well, with Apple, think about you buy the lightning, the cord or the plug, and then it doesn't work. Plug it in, and it's because everything is proprietary with Apple.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, Microsoft did that too.
Yeah. Yep.
So they all try to do it.
Yeah. Sometimes greatness just gets hated on.
We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning, exploring the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, Range Rover models. Schedule a test drive at Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. What a beautiful day for our Piazza Auto Group as we think about the forecast today. Gorgeous sunny stretch really takes us into next week. But today is going to feel like the cooler day, right? As we're still in the upper 70s, lower 80s. By the end of this week, by Friday, 93 degrees as we gradually turn up the heat, cranking up the heat, cranking up the humidity, but not a whole lot of rain. Sure, some spotty showers moving through, but a lot of heat. The heat is on, and a potential heat wave coming in starting on your Friday. So this is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:12 as we continue the cut sheet, just about 30 minutes out. Just two quick notes before we wrap up here, and then we'll get to Hunter and we'll get to Dr. Jill coming up at about 7:20. We got to give a big shout out to our buddy David Gelman Law, for sponsoring our Team 1210 bike ride, as I will be the captain once again. GelmanLawFirm.com for all your criminal and personal injury needs. I also got a text about 40 minutes ago from the man who trained me last year for the bike ride, David Madden, and he asked me this question. I think it's an interesting question because I actually got an email, because as you guys know, we'll give you updates on the donations, and every time a donation is made, I get an email saying the person and the amount. But I had an email over the weekend that somebody joined to just be a part of our specific team for the bike ride, which is why I asked this question, or Dave actually asked this question: when are we going to start training the team for the bike ride?
I mean, that's up to you. You're the captain, buddy.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. So I said back to him, I'll bring this up on the air. I'll talk to Greg. We need to find out. I don't know if they want to email me or if they want to email Greg. I'd like to get a list of everybody that has signed up to actually do the ride. And if you're not a, semi-professional biker and you want to get some training in, David Madden, who trained me last year for about 4 to 6 weeks, is looking to do a group training with all of us, whether it's 2 of us or 10 of us.
So let me just say this, Nick, you're not even listed as one of the riders on your own team. So
all right, so I have to sign up.
So maybe you need to sign up.
Okay.
Also, Dave Madden, not listed as a person who is riding on your team. Right now, it looks like Chris Cahill is
no relation to Nick Kayal.
Is riding. Daniel Meredith.
Okay.
Jim Gazuski and Kevin Pools.
All right, so we have 4. So
plus
4
you
at 6.
Plus you and Dave.
Okay. So if anybody else wants to join and ride, that would be great. Donations certainly encouraged. And once we get to, I don't know, we set like a deadline by like Father's Day weekend, this weekend, and then I'll try to reach out to everybody in like a mass email or something.
I think you should. Let's get everybody together.
Yeah.
And by the way, you still need riders. Is Road Warrior riding with you?
I would presume. Well, I haven't heard from him on I haven't even heard him tweet the show in the last couple of weeks. He might have a flat tire again. He's probably on the sidewalk burning a heater, ticked off.
By the way, let me see where we're at right now. $9,326.
Okay.
I need a couple big spenders to get us to 10,000.
Oh.
Can we do that right now? Go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, Families of the Fallen Officers. It's a great cause. We raise money for them every year. Nick selflessly rides 65 miles since nobody else on this radio station has done that since 2010, I think, was the last time we had a team.
Was that you that did it in 2010?
Yes, it was the Smirkana show. We all did it. But everybody else since then has been lazy.
Do we officially have your status for this year? Do we know yet, or we have to get to a certain number?
No, we said $20,000.
$20,000 for Stalker to ride.
For me to ride.
Okay.
So keep those donations coming. We want to get to $10,000. So go to gregstockersucks.com. Let's step up the donations. We're getting towards Father's Day. We had a really strong run, and then we kind of, slowed down a little bit. So let's keep going.
Yes. Get an Uncrustable, have a banana and a Gatorade, and then rev the engines back up. That's what we do at 4 different rest points on the bike ride. Telling you, it's very easy. You can definitely do it. It's 15 to 17 miles, and then you get a 20-minute break. You refuel, and you keep going. We ride in a group. Everybody's motivating each other. You can do it. Trust me. You can absolutely do it.
By the way, Road Warrior's on the YouTube chat right now.
Oh, good. Hello, Road Warrior.
Where have you been?
Well, no, we've been talking to him behind the scenes about jerseys for Team Kayal and Company.
Oh, that's right.
Unfortunately.
Did it snag?
No, that has been taken out of my hands.
Oh.
Corporate wants to go through their own people.
Okay, well, at least let corporate do their thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. We're not going to, we can't sit here.
I can only do so much.
We can't sit here and blast corporate for never doing anything for us, and then when they want to get involved, put up resistance, right?
Yeah.
Have a meeting with yourself. All right, 7:17, quick break. We'll come back. Hunter and Jill front and center as we work our way towards the cut sheet at 7:45.
Why shop at Gerhardt's Appliances? Since 1945, we've been the local appliance store known for our package deals, exclusive rebates, and personalized customer service. We have laundry pairs starting at $8.99, 4-piece stainless steel kitchen packages from $14.99, and free local shipping over $3.99. We service what we sell. We give back to our community and yours. So shop small and save big. Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of Philly's kitchen for over 75 years.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
I'm a dad. as you know, and I know what my dad wants for Father's Day, so I'm the expert when it comes to this. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how you make Dad very, very happy this Father's Day. Omaha Steaks. Packages starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code ZEOLI at checkout. ZEOLI. Father's Day's almost here. You got to get cracking on this, all right? You can pick from premium proteins like juicy pork chops, air-chilled chicken, beefy burgers, and obviously the best steaks out there. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. omahasteaks.com. Promo code ZEOLI at checkout. That's how you get the packages starting at $89. And you don't want to wait on this. And trust me, Dad does not want anything else but this amazing food because he can have the family around the grill. We love to grill, makes us feel like a guy, manly, you know what I mean? So do it today. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Packages starting at $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code ZEOLI at checkout. omahasteaks.com.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see
7:25. It's Kayal and Company.
what you're doing to me?
7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Bestwork Industries for the Blind. And they are changing lives. A nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Bestwork Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheets coming up in about 20 minutes. I want to get to Hunter Biden here as well as Dr. Jill. And then also we've got this Gen Z story to get to as a significant chunk of Gen Zers are bringing mommy and daddy with them for their job interviews. We'll get to that. My dad would have just, I can't even tell you what my dad would have done if I asked him, hey, Dad, I'm going to interview at Perkins to be a busboy. Can you come with me? Not just drive me there and pick me up, but can you come in and sit down with me and the hiring manager? It wouldn't go over well.
I don't know what I would do. You know, as somebody who hires people, I don't know what I would do if somebody brought their parents or their... I don't know what I would do.
I've got some thoughts.
Okay,
I've got some thoughts on what you would do for sure.
Oh, okay.
Let's just go through this Hunter and Jill stuff. The Jill thing is a little more fascinating to me. I got to tell you, I'm completely bored by the Hunter Biden trial. For the most part, it means nothing to me. And the reason I say that is I look at the totality of the first two cases. I look at Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels, and I say, this is tabloid garbage. I don't care who Trump slept with. I don't care if he wore a condom. I don't care what's in his toiletry bag. And most of Americans pretty much have come to the conclusion that even though he was found guilty on 34 different felonies, it's not going to move the needle for the election. And that's all that really matters. It's content, it's fodder, it's tabloid material. The Hunter Biden stuff with Joe and the influence peddling, I think matters. I think it's important. But we are still kind of stuck waiting for House Republicans to, kind of close the casket, so to speak, on that case and that story. But the Hunter Biden stuff to me is very open and shut. If the Trump trial, if jury deliberations lasted roughly 2 days, I can't imagine this Hunter Biden trial lasting more than through Wednesday. So here are some of the details. This is courtesy of the Associated Press yesterday. And I've got just 3 updates for you, and they're all chronologically time-stamped from the AP reporters. At 4:40 yesterday, jurors left the courthouse after beginning deliberation in Hunter Biden's gun trial. They were in there roughly for an hour. They started jury deliberations around 3:45. Again, this is the trial on gun charges. Jurors began deliberating on that just right before 4 o'clock. And as you know, President Joe Biden's son, Hunter, accused of lying about his drug use on a federally required form when he bought the handgun in 2018. During closing arguments, prosecutors told jurors that there was, quote, overwhelming evidence against Hunter Biden and that he chose to lie and violate the law. From everything I've gathered reading about this case, I would concur with what the Associated Press is reporting here. It seems to me like it's an open and shut case. Honestly, I don't know why Hunter Biden just didn't take a plea deal. This could have been over with. It could have saved time. It could have saved taxpayer dollars. To me, he's dead to rights because the feds, when they come after you and they indict you, they have a great batting average. They usually don't swing and miss. They're not in the business of being embarrassed by getting it wrong. But Biden's defense attorney, Abe Lowell, said that prosecutors lacked firm evidence for much of their case. He said that they've treated the case like a magic trick, using circumstantial evidence in an effort to direct the jury's focus away from the whole picture. At 3:36, closing arguments came to an end in that trial for Hunter Biden, where prosecutor Derek Hines said cash withdrawals of more than $150,000 made by Hunter Biden are, quote, indicative of the continual significant drug use that the defendant described in his book. Quote, there is no evidence that it was used for anything but drugs, Hines said. Hines also rejected arguments from the defense that Hunter Biden was trying to avoid his sister-in-law, Haley, and so lied in text messages saying he was looking for and using drugs. If Hunter didn't want to be around Haley, he could have just said he was in Washington, D.C., rather than Delaware, Hines said. Hines also reminded the jurors that witnesses who testified in exchange for immunity were required to testify truthfully or they would risk prosecution. Hines also reminded jurors that prosecution immunity agreements with Haley Biden and Zoe Keston required them to testify truthfully or else risk being prosecuted themselves. And in closing, he noted that the gun was in Hunter Biden's truck on October 23rd, countering the defense suggestions that he never carried it around with him personally. And his last statement is, quote, there is overwhelming evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, Hines concluded. When he chose to lie and buy a gun, he violated the law. From everything that I have read, now keep this for what it's worth, whether it's Andy McCarthy, whether it's Ellie Honig, whether it's Jonathan Turley, whether it's Fox or CNN, they all said that the prosecution had failed to convict Trump beyond a reasonable doubt. The jurors came back 12 for 12 guilty. So even the smart people, maybe with or without a bias, get it wrong.
Except me.
Except for Greg Stocker, who some would say is smarter than Alan Dershowitz.
Thank you.
I think Hunter's dead to rights, but in a day or two, or when this thing wraps up in the second week of the case at some point this week, if he's found not guilty, I'm not going to be flummoxed by it. I'm not going to be bent out of shape. I'm not going to be surprised. I know what's going on here. I know it's Trump against the world, and the Bidens have preferential treatment. And I also know the way jurors operate. And I honestly, it's my biggest issue with any of this, and you forget the characters involved, Republican or Democrat, a Trump or a Biden, it's as somebody who has always had an appreciation for law and somebody that was raised, my dad, two of his best friends were attorneys. I was always around people like that, and I always took a liking to it growing up in high school and in college and for 78 days of law school before I tapped out. I always appreciated the system for the way it operates, where you're held accountable by your peers, and you should only focus on the facts and not let biases and feelings get in the way. But after these two cases, if Hunter Biden is found not guilty, I'm going to start thinking we have a system that can't be impartial. And that's, I think, the annoying part of all of this.
To me, I will say this. I think we've talked about this. The bigger trial he faces is the one out west with the IRS, accused of trying to hide millions of dollars of income.
Yeah.
And so I think that whether he's found guilty or not guilty on this one, that it makes him a convicted felon, which then tees him up for the next time if he goes and they find him guilty with tax evasion.
Yeah.
Then he would face time, let's say, because he's just been convicted in this one.
And he comes in as damaged goods, so to speak, right?
But to me, this multi-page form that really to me, this is a stupid form that you fill out that says, "Are you addicted to drugs?" or "Are you this or that?" I really question the form. And the other thing is, so you fill out a form. Then he wrote the book, so they're using part of his excerpts, which who tells the truth in the book anyway? But to me, I just think these forms that you fill out, these long, laborious forms where you're checking the box, and I think these have been, to my knowledge, have been challenged, and within the past couple of years, They don't even hold up as far as the Constitution.
Mhm.
As a Second Amendment person, I have a problem with the form. I really, and maybe you're going to hate me for saying this, but really, if somebody is liquored up or whatever, I think give the gun shop owner more discretion, which I know that they do.
So you think like this, the questions or the questionnaire, so to speak, is silly because who's going to admit on a form that they're addicted in using
and that
narcotics?
they're a felon. If you're a felon in certain states and so on
Right.
and so forth, I just think the form in and of itself it's a flawed situation. I really do. I think this whole thing puts into question. I'm trying to people have challenged because it was a Supreme Court decision, New York Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin.
Mm-hmm.
And it did not hold up against SCOTUS.
Yeah.
Because the Constitution doesn't say, well, if you're a little liquored up or this or that. I know in the spirit of this, in a mental health crisis, and we have an opioid crisis, I get it, that they want to make sure that people who are high and whatever and mentally ill don't get the guns.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, really, that's your way of trying to catch that they check the box or not. And then what? You're going to go 6 years later and put somebody on trial because they wrote a book? The whole thing to me is stupid.
If I'm Abe Lowell, I'm immediately objecting to any of the other reports or even admissions out there. But if you're the prosecutor, you're trying to paint a picture here, I would presume. And it goes beyond just filling out this form. I mean, we look at Hunter Biden in totality. You look at the drug addiction. You look at the fact that he left a laptop at a repair shop. The cash withdrawals from ATMs. Where's he getting his funds from?
Oh, if you want, you're talking about like Burisma. And
yes, and then he's taking money out of his daughter's college tuition. You go on down the list, and you sit there and say, is it more likely than not that Hunter Biden would have done what he is accused of doing that we are charging him with here? If I'm on that jury and this prosecutor whether a judge is willing to allow that evidence and whether it's relevant or not might be up for debate and challenged by a good defense attorney. But if you just look at the whole body of work for Hunter Biden, would most common sense people say, yeah, he lied on the form, was using stuff when he was not allowed to and then purchasing a gun? I feel like it's an open and shut case based on the history of this guy that we've learned about in the last 10 years.
But the theme in all of these situations is that if the feds get to choose. People lie to the feds all the time. I personally know of cases where people lied to the feds. They lied on a form, and they choose whether or not, look at Martha Stewart, they choose whether or not to go back and prosecute somebody. Mm-hmm. And I think, to me, I just question this. I question the power of the feds, really, that you checked a box in 2018, and now all these years later, 6.5 years later, really? Or not 6.5, 6 years later, now you're going to put somebody on trial to the cost of what? $500,000 to the taxpayers? To me, I just have a problem with this level of federal persecution. So if they're,
so do you think he'll come back guilty?
I think he might be guilty.
Yeah.
But I think he's not going to face jail time. I think, look, as far as the tax evasion case, that looks like a very serious case. They're saying he evaded reporting all of this income,
mm-hmm.
and that's a real problem. The Burisma boards and all of the other issues that are being investigated, that the House committee members, with subpoena power say they have, those are legit. To me, this one is an example of the feds saying, well, you didn't check a box on our 12-page form.
So you're claiming this
Get rid of the form. I think the form is stupid. I think the law is this is unconstitutional. The Constitution does not say, well, you have to check all these boxes, whatever, so you can buy the firearm. To me, it's not constitutional.
So you're putting this on the same petty level as the Trump trial in New York with Alvin Bragg. Is that a fair assessment?
It feels to me it has the same type of feel that they chose to go after them. Now, did they try to do a plea deal? Would most people do a plea deal? Sure.
Well, remember
yes.
last year the judge ripped up the arrangement that they had in one of the Hunter Biden
because it was
cases.
crazy.
Yeah. Defense and prosecution agreed on a plea, and the judge was like, "No, we're not doing this. No, go back in and figure it out." So, all right, interesting point. 855-839-1210. And then lastly, speaking of Hunter Biden's trial, Dr. Jill just racked up a 3,600-mile round trip from France to Delaware to spend 2 days at Hunter's trial, which could cost up to $345,000. And guess who's on the hook for it? Well, don't ask Jim Clyburn. He would say nobody. No, but it's actually taxpayers that could be on the hook for the huge bill. Taxpayers will pick up the majority of the cost for Jill Biden's whirlwind flights between Wilmington, Delaware, and France, so she could be at son Hunter's side during his federal gun trial. Although the Democratic Party will chip in for some of the funds. The First Lady racked up, this is according to the Daily Mail, $345,000 in flight costs. The National Taxpayers Union Foundation estimated as she boomeranged between the United States and France last week. Also, quote, in accordance with relevant regulations utilized across the administrations, the government is reimbursed the value of a first-class fare for these flights to Wilmington and back to Paris. That was Jill Biden's office giving a direct quote to the Daily Mail. But I want to give you some of these numbers here because it's Philadelphia-based. So as Dawn would say, technically local story. But a first-class one-way trip from Philadelphia to Paris is $6,655. That according to a search on Google Flights. And first ladies generally travel on the plane, a Boeing C-32. The Air Force lists this reimbursable rate for the use of this aircraft. Guess what the hourly rate is to be on one of these flights? $13,816 per hour. Per travelmath.com, a flight from Paris to Wilmington takes 8 hours. That would put the cost of each leg of the trip at $110,528. Adding in the 3 flights between France and Wilmington, plus Jill's 1 hour flight to D.C., a total of $345,000 big ones.
What's that carbon footprint, by the way?
Yeah, I thought climate change was, it's amazing. All the people that shout from the mountaintops about, getting your electric vehicle, man, they don't mind hopping on those Boeing C-32s and skedaddling around the globe, do they?
Certainly don't.
Yeah, Taylor Swift, Jill Biden, on down the list.
Entitled moron, according to a text.
Vindictive
Yes.
C-word.
My wife's a Philly girl.
I wish. Oh God.
I wish we had that on tape.
Not our words. Not our words.
Hunters.
That would be from the crackhead in chief. Wow, Hunter Biden.
All right.
And the takeaway should be that while we all have, washers and dryers and dishwashers that have to now take like 3 hours.
3 hours, yep.
And all of these different inconveniences and electric buses and instead of, all this stuff that we all have to deal with.
Yep.
The rich and the famous and the powerful, they can do whatever the heck they want to do.
Indeed.
And
I love electric school buses.
And tell you how to live your life.
Yeah,
Yes, indeed.
amen.
All right, Cut Sheet is coming up next, but first a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about Mercedes-Benz today. I mean, come on. It was about 10 weeks ago now. Been a while. I'm going to swing by again. I sampled and test drove the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe. My God, what a vehicle. If you don't want to spend a ton on fuel and gas, I saw yesterday $3.77 a gallon. Can I encourage you to look for a luxury vehicle that is very fuel efficient? If you're looking for both, the Mercedes-Benz C300 fits the bill. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside. Its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. As I was driving around, I was talking to it, and it was talking back to me. She sounded attractive, actually. This 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. A lot of punch. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Or if you're in Wilmington, Delaware, maybe you're just hanging around the courthouse waiting for the Hunter verdict. Or if you want to go down and gamble in Atlantic City, Piazza Mercedes has you covered. You can shop online right now at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community. offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
If you're in and near retirement and your financial professional is still prescribing a financial prescription known as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds to cure your financial ailments, it's probably time for you to seek out a new financial practitioner. This week's report is on how do you know you have the right advisor as you approach your retirement or when you're in retirement. When you're in the accumulation phase known as your working years, your financial health can tolerate a higher degree of risk in your investment portfolios. You have the time to grow back after economic storms. You have income to cost average because you're still working. Investors who were young and working throughout the dot-com market crash and the 2008 financial crisis likely had the endurance to regain what they had lost with Wall Street. But as you age and transition into the retirement phase of your life, your financial endurance weakens. You have less time to grow back, and you're on a fixed income, which increases your need to safeguard the nest egg you've worked a lifetime for. Accumulation advisors promote risk investments as investors transition into the retirement phase of their life. But these investors no longer have the luxury of time and working income to rebuild their nest egg when the market crashes. Knowing the difference between an accumulation phase advisor and a retirement phase expert can make all the difference in your financial portfolio and your retirement future. By meeting with a retirement phase expert, you can choose the appropriate path to protect your financial future and enjoy peace of mind during those golden years.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Seven lonely days and a dozen times ago, I reached out one night and you were gone. Don't know why you'd run, what you're running to or from. All I know is I want to bring you home.
Elvis Week, baby. 747 as we continue. The law offices of Linda Kearns, LLC. Day 2 of 5, she made a $1,000 donation to families behind the badge, as long as Greg was willing to play all Elvis all week long. You can donate too. We can play Mellencamp or The Boss.
There was a lot of talk behind the scenes yesterday. People who secretly listen to the show but can't admit it in meetings. I won't mention any names. Saying somebody should donate $1,000 to the Children's Behind the Badge, the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and play a week of Springsteen.
Oh, I would love it. I'd be fist pumping in here.
Are there any Springsteen fans out there that are willing to part with $1,000 for a great cause to get a week of Springsteen Just go to gregstockersucks.com, and that could be yours.
Don't say he's not a good person, folks. Stop trashing him on YouTube.
Thank you.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Most of the time. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good stuff coming up, including some Gen Z stories, Walmart, and also I've got to get to these pair of stories about Joe Biden and dropping out as James Carville loses his mind again, and Nate Silver of the 538 with more polling data. We'll get to that after the cut sheet. But right now, let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I had so much yesterday that I'm just going to... I didn't spill all my bucket yesterday.
I love leftovers.
We have some leftovers, plus all the new stuff. We have it all covered for you here. I'm always hard to work with this cut sheet thing. This thing takes up hours and hours and hours of my day.
Now you know how I feel about the big take.
Starting with cut 5, Phil. This is, it's funny to see, it's funny to hear all the drips and drips and drips years later that are coming out from the pandemic, from COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And all the stuff that was deemed misinformation when we first said it or talked about it, and now it's coming out to be absolutely true. This is former CDC chief Robert Redfield, on with Chris Cuomo. He did the Chris Cuomo podcast. Gotta hand it to Chris. He's, he was a, I don't have to hand it to Chris because he told people basically, if you took ivermectin, you're an idiot.
Yep. Yeah.
If you didn't get vaccinated, you were also an idiot.
Yeah. But it is funny the transformation these guys make once they leave the mainstream outlet, isn't it?
It really is, Nick Kayal. Very, very, very astute observation. In this clip, Redfield admits that there was a decision not to do anything that made the vaccine sound like it didn't work.
Oh.
Let me repeat that. There was a decision not to do anything that made the vaccine sound like it did not work.
100% safe and effective.
Let's go to cut 5, Philip. Go.
I mean, I was upset with CDC when I left because they stopped tracking people that were infected that were previously vaccinated. So if you didn't track it, well, because then you couldn't report that there were people vaccinated that got infected.
But no, wait, why did they stop tracking it?
But I think there was a decision not to do anything that made the vaccine sound like it didn't work. I've always tried to be honest that I think there was some major mistakes in the vaccines. They should have never been mandated. I also felt that people should have been more honest about the fact that there were side effects to those vaccines, and some people were actually harmed. The other thing I thought there should be more honesty about the fact that the vaccines don't protect against infection. I remember Biden saying, this is an epidemic of the unvaccinated. When I was Hogan's chief public health advisor in Maryland after I left CDC, I was saying, wait a minute, 2/3 of the people that I'm seeing infected in Maryland have been vaccinated. I mean, the President of the United States said it. Biden said this is an epidemic of the unvaccinated. Tony wasn't aggressive in putting this in perspective. The CDC didn't put it in perspective. The reality is this vaccine, listen, it's a short duration in which this vaccine provides some efficacy, maybe 4 to 6 months max. If you came down and visited me and interviewed my patients, you'd interview patient after patient after patient that did not have COVID, but are very sick, you would say very sick long COVID patients, and it's all from the vaccine. Now, what is it, Chris? Well, it's the spike protein is immunotoxic, all right? When you get infected, it's immunotoxic. But when you give the vaccine, we make the spike protein. Now, this is my opinion, okay? When I give you an mRNA vaccine, which I helped develop, and I've given to a lot of patients, and I've taken it myself multiple times, I don't know how much spike protein you make.
Right.
because I give you mRNA and then your body makes it.
Right.
So you make a little, you may make a lot. You may make it for a week. You may make it for a month. I'm now more of the point of view, and I wish the country would switch more rapidly. I'm more of the point of view, and in my clinical practice, I use the protein vaccine. So I know exactly how much spike protein you get. Your body's not becoming a manufacturing plant.
Right.
Okay? I give you a certain amount of spike protein that's not able to replicate, not able to reproduce itself, and I know the decay curve in the human body, and that's the vaccine I use now. It's made by Novavax. I think it's, in my view, it doesn't have all the nuances that we don't understand about those individuals that looks like there's prolonged production or impact or negative consequence from spike protein in some people that get the mRNA vaccine. It's still rare, but it's real.
Boy, what a real, authentic answer, a very detailed answer. How soon, what's the over-under on days before we find out that Robert Redfield died from natural causes under mysterious circumstances? No, I would take Robert Redfield's medical expertise and advice over Tony Fauci's 10 out of 10 times. Number two, it's interesting, you get all of this now 3.5 years later, but why would Fauci and why would Biden and why would the government sit here and not tell you all the truth? Because big government and big pharma are in bed together. They are business partners. So the government is spending all of these tax dollars and having this gain-of-function research, and they're partnered with Moderna and Pfizer. And I don't think I heard Moderna or Pfizer come out of Redfield's mouth there. What did he say? Novax or Novak is another brand that he's doing in his clinical practice. I've always liked that guy much better than Fauci.
And even so, the reality of what he's saying with these spike proteins, just to bring it home, I have a kid during COVID, perfectly healthy, fit, in shape kid, who was suddenly diagnosed with zero family history with juvenile diabetes, which is deadly unless, of course, you have the insulin. We saw a spike in T1D and other autoimmune diseases during the pandemic. Finally now, the NIH, National Institutes for Health, has admitted what he just said. They've acknowledged that they saw the spike and that there's growing evidence that COVID-19, the COVID and the vaccine may cause new onset autoimmune diseases like T1D. So the thought of what he's saying for millions of Americans and people worldwide is, oh my goodness, you've been telling me to get the booster, and you've been so now so now somebody like me, I have a kid who every time they want to eat, they have to inject a syringe into it. You know what I mean? They have to do finger pricks. They have to do all the.
Oh, my dad had to do the finger pricks. Oh.
Now, did he have type 1?
I think he was type 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because type 2 is not necessarily hereditary.
Yeah.
But in any event, type 2, there's a lot of treatment without having to do the. But it's not just about juvenile diabetes.
Right.
Look up MS, cases of things like MS. Look at all these autoimmune diseases, and people have talked about this. So for people to hear that, just understand the reality in people's lives. Like, you've messed with you've damaged us physically and shortened our lifespan.
And think about what he said there, that the vaccine and the subsequent boosters are good for maybe 4 to 6 months. In all likelihood, probably 2 to 4 months. He might be being generous there. And it's somewhat effective. Did he say 2/3 of the people that he was treating that got COVID were the ones that were already vaxxed?
Can I ask you a question, Dawn? Do you believe that the vaccine caused your son's type 1 diabetes?
No. That's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's not.
No, I'm curious. I'm just, because you seem to, but you think that there is some sort of.
Well, here's a quote from the National Institutes of Health. It says, quote, growing evidence suggests that COVID-19 vaccination may cause new onset autoimmune diseases. That's including autoimmune introduction. That's, I'm quoting, the NIH saying that. And so I believe the vaccine, in truth, for millions of people worldwide was a good thing because they were at high risk. Anything that you do is risk reward. When you go to the doctor, you deserve to have all of the information. So for those extremely elderly people, people who were, somehow compromised in their health, then yes, that vaccine most likely, especially for the elderly, would mitigate those serious side effects of COVID-19 for them. But for the rest of society, in particular for children, it was I think with the risk reward, especially since it was brand new and it was still under emergency approval, why would you mandate this for children and they're pushing it for even a 6-month-old? Why?
I love the fact that you brought up risk versus reward. Risk versus reward is a concept that you apply to your everyday life. Risk versus reward, getting up and getting out of bed, getting on the Schuylkill or staying home, eating this cheesesteak or having something healthy, gambling. It's all risk reward. When I had my heart issue in 2019 and I was diagnosed with SVT, the doctors, I got all the stats, all the information. The doctor was like, there's a 99.5% chance you'll never have a heart issue with SVT. Most people have it throughout their lives. It never results in anything. And some people, and I'm in the category of some people that didn't even know I had it because I had no symptoms. And he was like, but we could still do the cardiac ablation where they put the catheter in your groin, they put you to sleep, and they go up through your chest, through your groin, and they do the electrical repair work, so to speak, and they fix the arrhythmia in your heart. And that's what I had done. Painless procedure. Went home the same day. I just had a bruise in my groin from being stuck. But I was just like, you know what? I don't want to keep thinking about it because of my dad and my grandfather who dropped dead of a heart attack at 46, and he was healthy. So I was like, yeah, let's just do it. And they told me the risk of doing it, it's like 93% effective in repairing the electrical work. So I had it done, but it's risk reward. Like I said, okay, 93% versus 7%. I like my chances.
Yeah, so think about that. That's a miracle. This is the miracle of medicine, and these pharmaceutical companies have created these miracles. The problem is when we have things available to us, and all of a sudden the government says, everybody, here's a mandate.
Yeah.
Everybody across the board from ages 6 months on up, no matter who you are, you must get this. And if you want to go to school, you want to go to college, you want to keep your firefighter or your police job or your medical job or your nursing job, you must get this. And these are perfectly healthy individuals. And so it didn't make sense. And I'm glad they're finally admitting it, but I do wonder how many of those individuals, have contracted these autoimmune diseases that we've seen this huge spike in.
Yep.
New video shows Nancy Pelosi taking responsibility for not having the National Guard at J6. Apparently there's a new documentary out about January 6th because, of course there is, where she's seen in the back of her car discussing the National Guard on that day. This is the audio, and then she responded to this on MSNBC yesterday, so we have both of those. We'll play both of those. But first here, let's start with cut 10. Phil, go.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard?
Take the mask
off. Why
off.
weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
there's not a question of how they had been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepared for more.
So I saw this clip yesterday, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry that spends their day on Twitter just doing a talk show for 12 consecutive hours on their timeline was saying that this was Nancy Pelosi's admission. But I think there's two ways you can take it. There's, left-wing people that will say, well, Nancy Pelosi is admitting she should have done more. And then those that are in support of Trump are saying, see, Nancy Pelosi could have, but she didn't. It was by design. It wasn't a dropping of the ball. It was all orchestrated. I know we saw there was a clip a while back of Trump on with Kristen Welker where Trump tried to say and was defending the fact that it was Nancy Pelosi's duty to have those 10,000 National Guard members activated, not Trump. So, again, this will fall into the lap of, well, if you're on this side, you're going to believe this. If you're on that side, you're going to believe that. I do think it's an interesting clip, but as I've said before on this show, if you want to keep relitigating the 2020 election and January 6th of 2021, in an election year in 2024, you're probably not prepared for what it's going to take to win this time around. So to me, it's a lot of revisionist history, and I say that as somebody who can't really stand Nancy Pelosi. But I saw that video, and it's just like, yeah, it depends on what you want to believe. It's your truth, I guess.
It's your truth. Wow.
It's your truth.
Look at you. You sound like a millennial.
Yeah, it's your truth.
Or a Gen Zer.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's been a lot of stuff about January 6th that obviously have showed that the feds were involved, and the Ray Epps stuff stinks to high hell. There's a lot of stuff out there. At the end of the day, my biggest thing with all of the stuff from January 6th was the select few that truly broke the law should be dealt with, but the unbelievable amount of people that were just walking around that are being hunted down 3.5 years later. Like Dawn gave you that story last week of the 75-year-old retired NASCAR driver.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, is that really what we're doing here in this country? Don't we have bigger fish to fry? That's my biggest gripe from a 30,000-foot view.
I think you're exactly right. And it's a pattern that we see over and over. It's this persecution. It's selective for the feds, that they can use all of these resources, which we, the people, we pay for this. These are our federal tax dollars. There was just a headline on CNN, housing costs up 26% since 2020.
Yep.
Just everything through the roof, a tough economy. And what are our tax dollars being spent on? To hunt down, senior citizens who 4 years ago went to the Capitol building. I have a real problem with that. It's selective. And to me, this is DOJ. This is this administration. This is the Biden campaign wanting to keep J6 in the headlines. And that's why I think every single week we have a J6 headline so that they can splash it over the headlines and say, oh, remember.
Never forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like never forget 9/11 was like a legitimate thing that we should never forget because of 3,000 lives lost. But what the left wants to do is you should never forget racism. You should never forget January 6th. And that's a lot of their platform right now. And
danger to democracy.
Danger to democracy, threat to democracy, dictator on day one. When reality is they don't have a ton of accomplishments to run on, but one that they can run on that could be the winning ace up their sleeve is abortion. And it's like 1/5 of their portfolio. I would make that a bigger part of my portfolio because I think most common sense Americans have probably moved on from January 6th and the election of 2020 because most people don't look in the rearview mirror.
Nancy Pelosi responded to this, saying that Trump and his toadies are trying to do revisionist history on January 6th.
Trump and his what?
Toadies.
Toadies?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Cut 13, Phil, go.
Why do you think this is stirred up and a brouhaha on the right and in some corners of the media today?
Well, because of the fact is that the President of the United States, the former president, and his toadies do not want to face the facts. They're trying to do revisionist history on January 6th. But we cannot let us be dragged into their, again, false impression of what happened that day. They know what happened that day. They know how serious it is and was and continues to have an impact on our country. And yet they want to call the people who were in there hostages. Last night I received the Lincoln Award. I was so proud of receiving that. And I said in my remarks, Lincoln built the dome on the Capitol. He insisted that it be built during the Civil War so that it could show the resilience of America. And to see these people coming through the Capitol with their foul deeds and foul actions, waving Confederate flags and Nazi flags under Lincoln's dome was so shameful. And yet this president who incited, this former president who incited this insurrection would not send the National Guard for hours.
Okay, number one, it was not an insurrection, nor has Donald Trump ever been charged with insurrection. Secondly, the Toadies apparently were a rock band formed in 1989. They disbanded in 2001. Phil, if you want to use that gem for 9:52 this morning, you can use that. But here's the thing I would say as far as January 6th with what we saw. Keep in mind, the mainstream media showed you, I don't know, 7, 8 different little video loops and the most graphic stuff. And that's why the 44,000 hours of raw footage being released was so important. And how many other things have been debunked? How many other things have been questioned? How many times have we talked about Nancy Pelosi's daughter filming it? How many times have we heard these people say, my life was in risk, yet they're sitting there literally in a closed door room filming things? Remember the video of Nancy saying, I've been waiting for this day. I'm gonna knock him out. Remember that clip? Like, stop with the theatrics. Thank God.
Remember when we discussed all of these people that are coming in from Venezuela and what a to use a former president's term, what an S-hole Venezuela is, and all the carnage? And wasn't there there was like a marauder who was like a cannibal or something there, right?
Yeah, and there was also the raw sewage that was floating down the streets.
Yep. Well, you guys and your conspiracy theories are proven right again.
Ah, man, it's a pretty good batting average since 2020.
Because in El Paso, FBI special agent says member of the most brutal Venezuelan gang have crossed into the U.S.
Oh, welcome.
So they're here.
All right.
So in case you're worried,
come golfing with me at Trump National on Friday.
If all of the doctors and the scientists and the women with infant babies are the ones who are coming in. Nope, it's the brutal Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua.
I applied for that once.
Yeah,
I brought my parents with me.
Stop.
This is cut 11. Phil, go.
For the last several years, they have terrorized multiple South American countries. Police in the region say a Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua has victimized.
Let me just stop it for 1 second.
Tren de Aragua.
This is a CNN investigation. So if you're thinking that this is Newsmax or Fox News or anything, no. This is CNN doing this investigation.
Okay.
Phil, I apologize stopping it. Let's continue where we left off. Go.
Thousands through extortion, drug and human trafficking, kidnapping, and murder.
Cool.
And now U.S. law enforcement, including Customs and Border Protection and the FBI, say the gang has made their way into the country.
The FBI El Paso can confirm that members of Tren de Aragua have crossed into the United States.
Alvaro Bosa, a former Venezuelan police officer now living in Florida, says he fled his country in large part because the gang had become so powerful they could kill law enforcement like him with impunity. Bosa says a fellow police officer who refused to cooperate with the gang was shot 50 times.
He refused and was murdered. They tied his body to a motorcycle and dragged it throughout the San Vicente neighborhood to demonstrate the power of the Tren de Agua.
They have followed the migration paths across South America to other countries and have set up criminal groups throughout South America as they follow those paths, and that they appear to have followed the migration north to the United States.
U.S. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, who has confirmed multiple arrests of alleged Tren de Aragua members over the last year, issued a warning in early April after reporting yet another arrest. Watch out for this gang, he said. It is the most powerful in Venezuela, known for murder, drug trafficking, sex crimes, extortion, and other violent acts.
Sleep well, kiddies.
Coming to an American town near you. If you ever said that the wall was racist and keeping people out of the country illegally was racist, now is your opportunity to take those words back. Oh, my God. My goodness. Well, I tell you what, France feels very appealing right now. I don't know, maybe we go over to Europe.
Well,
seems like they've got it figured out more than we do.
I just, I'm tired of this narrative about these poor families that are coming over with their children
seeking refuge,
seeking refuge from these wars. No, it's the gangs that are coming over here, and we're letting them all in.
Yes. So now, certainly there are some, good people that are trying to go on to bigger and better things and take advantage of capitalism. I get all of that, but for every one of those, there's got to be at least one that's a bad hombre, as our buddy Sean Farish would say. And the reality is this. They're coming in record numbers. So when people say, I want these people vetted, I want to know where they're from, I want to know what their prior history is, I want to know why they're ditching their IDs and their passport as soon as they enter the United States. All valid questions if you want to live in a nation that is somewhat safe and secure.
But have no fear, guys. Alejandro Mayorkas is on the case. He was on this is ABC This Week on Sunday. And remember when we said that Biden's new executive orders, the asylum restrictions he has, is just a dog and pony show, and that the administration knew the ACLU is going to, because this is basically what Trump tried to get through and then was sued for. So they knew there was a precedent for this happening. They knew it was going to happen, and it wouldn't go through. Yep. Well, Mayorkas basically said that over the weekend, saying that they anticipate a lawsuit from the ACLU. This is cut 2, Phil, go.
You have been dealing with this for several years. When he ran for president, and this is a big change, when he ran for president, President Biden repeatedly defended the asylum process you had in place, railed against former President Trump's plan. I want to read what then candidate Biden posted on Twitter back in July of 2019. Trump is fighting tooth and nail to deny those fleeing dangerous situations their right to seek asylum in our nation. We should uphold our moral responsibility and enforce our immigration laws with dignity, not turn away those fleeing violence, war, and poverty. How is this new policy not at odds with what the president said then?
What the president said then is what we are living today. We are allowing individuals to access asylum through the ports of entry pursuant to a program that we developed. We are allowing people to access asylum if they come from the countries of Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela through a parole program.
What about those who don't? The ACLU has pledged to sue the administration over this policy, comparing it to a Trump-era one. I know there are differences, but the ACLU asserts that your policy will put thousands of lives at risk. If this is so great, why didn't he do it in the first place?
Martha, well, we've talked about that, and Congress needs to act. And in the wake of congressional action, this is the step that we take. And it's not the first step that we've taken. But I respectfully disagree with the ACLU. I anticipate they will sue us. We stand by the legality of what we have done. We stand by the value proposition. It's not only a matter of securing the border, Martha. We have a humanitarian obligation to keep vulnerable people out of the hands of exploitative smugglers,
which we're bringing into this country.
That is
great. Human traffickers.
The CNN. Maybe Mayorkas should watch that CNN report.
Yeah, well said. I've taken 8 pounds of flesh from this guy in big takes and cut sheets. I'm at the point now, I don't know what nauseates me more, the sight of that guy or the sound of him. Both are painful. But you know what the reality is? He's a puppet. He's just a pawn in the system. It's above him. It's the top of the administration. He, to the border, is the equivalent of the binder at the podium. They're just up there taking the bullets for the big guy. And it's, it's their job to do. But you know what? This administration from top to bottom, whether it's police being assaulted or innocent nursing students in Athens, Georgia being murdered, this administration has blood on their hand because the goal and the objective is quite clear. They're repopulating for voting districts.
Well, if you are sickened by his voice, one more clip.
Yeah.
I apologize. ABC, Martha Raddatz must know that this is a losing proposition for the Biden administration, because they're trying to say, hey, by the way, this whole immigration issue, it might lose you the election. So let's keep this going. Calling out Mayorkas for failing to secure the border. This is cut to 3. Phil, go.
Incentivize them to use the lawful pathways that we have made available to them and keep them out of the hands of exploitative smugglers. It's early. The signs are positive. Our personnel have done an extraordinary job in implementing a very big shift in how we operate on the southern border.
President Biden said this ban will remain in place until the number of people trying to enter illegally is reduced to a level that our system can effectively manage, meaning, as we said, that average of 1,500 encounters or less over a period of 14 days. We said that has never happened. Do you really expect that to happen in the coming months or before Election Day?
Martha, it is 1,500, an average of 1,500 individuals encountered over a 7-day consecutive period. We are driving to that, and that's not all we're doing. We are also communicating throughout the region about the lawful pathways. We are driving people to use...
But that's something you've been doing all along. You've been trying to do that with people. I want to go back to an interview I did with you in March of 2021, 2 months into your tenure as DHS Secretary. You seemed totally confident then that you had that under control. Let's listen to what you told me.
We have seen large numbers of migration in the past. We know how to address it. We have a plan. We are executing on our plan, and we will succeed. This is what we do. But one thing is also clear, that it takes time. It's tough, but we can do it. This is what we do, and we will accomplish our mission.
We will succeed. That was 3 years ago. Since then, 6.5 million migrants have been apprehended along the southern border. It would be very hard to call that a success.
Wow. That number's on the low end. Top rope from her. You talk about, different administrations and what kind of priority they put on the border. The border is one of the things that you can absolutely accomplish and get under control. And Mayorkas should know better than anybody, because prior to being in this role as the United States Secretary of Homeland Security since 2021 in the Biden administration, he was the deputy Secretary of Homeland Security under Obama from 2013 to 2016. And you can easily find these facts and figures and stats and compare the Biden administration to Trump and Trump to Obama. The second Obama term of 13 through 16, those numbers at the border far lower than Joe Biden's administration, which Mayorkas presided over as the deputy secretary, which I would assume is number 2 in command. So it's all about your priorities with an administration, and this guy should know the difference between Obama versus Biden.
Who are the people that are coming across the border? Who are they? Who are they praising?
Biden.
I will give you one guess, and you are correct, Nick Kayal. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
What do you think of President Biden?
Biden, I love Biden.
Why do you love Biden?
Because Biden, we love.
Why do you love him?
Biden help us.
There we go.
It's the old dynamic where, like, the parent says no, but grandma always says yes. And you say, who do you love most? I love Nana. Why do you love Nana? Because Nana lets me get what I want. Because mom and dad always say no. That's what grandparents are for, right? That's what Joe Biden is to Trump.
It's amazing.
At the border.
It's amazing. Yesterday we played the clip of the Trump rally in Las Vegas where he talked about tip workers, right? CBS News did a special report from Las Vegas. And here is what they found after Trump's statement about service workers, people who work on tip and their taxes. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I did talk with some hotel workers yesterday, some service workers here in Las Vegas, about how that is playing with them. And Anne-Marie, about 6 people told me that would change their vote. That is enough to make them switch from voting Democrat to Republican if Donald Trump is promising something like that to them.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, whether or
Smart
not
politics.
Yes, it's great politics. Whether or not you come through with it, whether or not you have the legality to do things like that, two totally or three different issues or things to converse about. But like I said, I'm one of these people. I feel like in soccer you tip 20% even for bad service. To me, tips they're earned, and you get more based on your performance. But it's a very smart political message, especially in the swing states, right? Nevada, down to Arizona, Georgia, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin. So I give the thumbs up to Trump on that one.
Yeah, and Biden's hands are tied on this one because the union leadership is not happy with it. And so if the current administration came out and said, "Oh, we're already going to do that," they would face obviously a slapback with the union leadership. So they're not going to do that.
Former manager of a Big Lots was fired after he followed a shoplifter who insulted an employee.
Can't do it today in this day and age. Can't do it.
It's unbelievable. This video is from an NBC affiliate, one of the local news stations there. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
What I saw was he took a swing, like a punch at her.
That's what Pat Guider says he saw inside the Big Lots store that he used to manage at Irondequoit. And that's why he followed the shoplifter out of the store.
I let people who shoplift leave the store every day. Every day. We just put it in the system that they ask us to do. This was an assault. This wasn't shoplifting. This was an assault.
Despite 20 years with the company and a positive review in March, the company did not see it the way Guider did. And 2 weeks after the incident, Guider says he was called to his district manager's office and fired.
Do you think you did the right thing? I think I did the right and just thing. The right and just thing.
This is not the first retail store manager fired over a shoplifting incident. It's not even the first Big Lots manager fired over shoplifting. Just Google it and you'll find the story of the manager at the store in California.
I tried to call Big Lots, but there is no phone number to reach the CEO or the communications team.
Shocking.
I emailed the company on Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, and again Friday morning. I asked, why was Pat Guider fired? What is the company policy? Is following a shoplifter a fireable offense? And what training do managers get for shoplifters? The company has not replied. But this poster in the Big Lots lunchroom says, never leave the store to pursue, detain, or identify a customer.
So I did not put myself in jeopardy. I did not put any shoppers in jeopardy.
I went with Guider back to his old store. He said he and police found the shopping cart in front of the Dunkin' Donuts, but lost the shoplifter. Police say the assistant manager declined medical care. Now Guider and his wife are trying to figure out how to get health insurance. They still have 2 boys in college, and at 62, Guider's not sure how easy it will be to find another job.
Wow. The reality is this. We now live in a nation where the criminal is empowered, the criminal is emboldened, and the criminal knows there will not be repercussions and consequences. More power to that guy, I suppose. Maybe, it's dumb to do it because if you saw the video, you could see the sign in the back that says never do this, never do that. So you're aware, but maybe his morals are above that. Kudos to him. But I got to tell you, I don't know what a Big Lots manager makes. But if I'm the manager of Big Lots and somebody swipes some apparel or some supplies or whatever Big Lots sells, I'm not probably getting paid enough to risk losing my job. So I'm just going to let it go.
But
that's me.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand the legality of it. But really, we can't. Somebody's assaulted, and we can't do anything about it. You know what I mean?
It's the upside down world we're living in.
Just as a human being, you don't want to do something about it.
I would love to know specifically when Big Lots officially had those policies put in place. Is that something in the last 4 years?
I don't know.
Is that 10 years old? So you can kind of assign blame properly. But my guess is it's in the last 4 years.
I can tell you that I've had multiple experiences myself, family members. We've talked about this locally here in the Philadelphia area, in Philadelphia, in the suburbs, where if you have a chat with somebody who works there, a lot of them are military veterans too. And so they're so angry to say, I fought for our country. And by the way, these jobs are, the job you mentioned, those manager jobs, are maybe $74,000+ a year, with really good benefits. So for a lot of different individuals who are, retired from military active service, so they're getting that pension, but this makes up the difference, especially in this economy. So you're a military veteran and you're a manager or you're working in one of these stores. And I have family members, last weekend told me about this. Went in, was making a major, big purchase of an item in one of those big box stores. I don't even want to mention what. And they had somebody, military veteran, say, "Can I help you with that?" Got to talking, and then told the whole story that they're training us to do this. But we have at least 3 people a day just stroll out of the store with big items, with very expensive big items, especially in the big, lawn mowers or whatever equipment, just stroll right out with it. You're not allowed to follow them out. You're not allowed to engage with them. You're not allowed to take your phone and record them or even record their license plate. You're not allowed to engage.
Hey, honey, I'm going to go pick up a new washer and dryer. I'm not going to pay for it. I'm just going to take it. Be back in an hour.
That's what they're doing.
Jeez.
It's crazy.
Time to be alive.
And so think to your point about that. You're especially for military veterans, because a lot of veterans work at the stores I'm talking about, right, that we're talking about. And think about that. You risk your lives. You saw your buddies, die and this and that and make the ultimate sacrifice. Now you see these idiots just mucking up our economy. And who do you think? They just raise the prices. They don't suck up that cost.
Right.
They don't absorb it. We pay it.
That's right. All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet, 8:30 here on this Tuesday morning. We'll come back. We'll get Dawn's Big 3. And then speaking of big box stores, another Walmart closes. Are we on the verge of a retail apocalypse? It's Kayal and Company as we continue hour number 3 next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the best time of year for being outdoors. You think about the forecast right now, gorgeous weather that we can enjoy, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are aching, especially when you wake up in the morning. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here thanks to my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them today. Do this. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and I am talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments actually harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue so you can do everything you love to do, move again, walk, run, hike, bike ride, play golf, pain-free. QC Kinetics, under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup. He's a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Yes, stop putting it off. Take action now so you can live your best life again. Just call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call now. Put this on the calendar for that free first consultation, a free consultation, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
NBA Finals Game 3 tomorrow night. Boston Celtics travel back to Dallas, for Game 3. Right now, it looks like the Celtics at +1.5. I'm taking the Celtics at +1.5. By the way, if you missed it, we played that clip of the Celtics coach yesterday being asked about some woke question about race, and he was just having nothing of it. It's on Twitter. It's on 1210 WPHT's Twitter if you haven't seen it. The NBA Finals are here, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you the chance to win alongside the champions. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and take a shot at an extra $200. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
La 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 la. La, 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la,
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Return to sender. Return to sender.
I gave a letter to the postman. He put it in his sack. Bright and early next morning, he brought my letter back. She wrote upon it, return to sender.
8:35, Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Hopefully having a great start to your day. Stalker said, can we bottle that weather Saturday and Sunday? It's been bottled through Tuesday. 4 straight days of glorious weather. But the heat's coming, and it's coming later this week. 855-839-1210. Gen Z and Walmart front and center, as well as a pair of respected individuals telling the Democrats that maybe Joe Biden should not have run for re-election. We'll get to that as we continue here this morning. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Pain has met its match. Relief covered by insurance at Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA. Their team of licensed physical therapists specialize in treating sports injuries, and they get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. All right, let's get to some of the news and what we maybe have not discussed so far this morning. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Styles CFO this morning. Police responding to a standoff situation. This is Horsham Township, Pennsylvania. And I know that neighbors, the SWAT team responding. So we have a lot of social media response from neighbors. They've been on a lockdown situation. Reports of a person with a gun barricaded inside a home. We don't have any reports of any injuries, but residents expect detours in this area. So we'll try to follow that one for you. But
does it say where in Horsham?
Yeah, a lot of stuff in Horsham since the weekend.
I
with
know.
that barber shop or the massage place, whatever it was with Mr. Boyd or Bird.
That was Hatboro.
Oh, it was okay. Got my H's mixed up.
Hunter, Hatboro, Horsham.
It looks like
Horseshoe Circle and School Road. And it happened around 5:53 a.m. this morning.
so. It was still going on as they were still on scene. Shelter-in-place order this morning due to that standoff.
Ugh.
Yeah, so that's when it started around the 6 a.m. hour, and so they've. It looks like it may have been some kind of a domestic situation. Then police were called. So some of the adjacent streets, Country Road nearby, shelter in place, SWAT team, heavy police presence, and so they've been issuing these community alerts because they've said that they have a shelter in place alert as they have some road closures in that area. So they also said the transportation to school has been impacted this morning.
Okay.
So that was one of them, as they were saying the bus access would be limited, and that's in the area of Country and Whitmer roads. Impacted families would be notified. If the kids are late to school, it's an excused absence if they're on the school bus, and even if they're not, everybody knows what's going on here.
Aren't we almost at the point where schools are out? And this has got to be, the last week, I would think?
I think this is pretty much the last week.
Yeah.
A lot of the area, high schools, graduation's this Friday.
Oh, boy. Yeah. And my girls have been out of school for almost 3 weeks now in Tennessee.
3 weeks?
Yeah. But they go back in Tennessee, they go back the first week of August.
Oh,
so it's,
first week of August.
Yeah, but now they get an unbelievably extended summer.
I was just going to say.
They're out for 4 months.
That's amazing
That's
for
awesome.
them.
They're going to forget how to write their name.
Because you're moving them up here next week,
Next
right,
week,
Nick?
yeah. I'll be out a
Yeah.
couple days next week because I'll be, by the way, this could be it for me, folks. I mean, it's not that I'm going to get fired, but, I could die driving a big 22-foot box truck. You don't want to see me driving through the mountains of Tennessee in a box truck. I'll be in the right lane doing 55.
Well, I replace Zioli without any problems. I'll have no problem replacing you too. I bring it.
Stop. How good is the furniture? You might just sell the furniture and get new stuff for the cost of the move.
Can I say, God bless you for using your vacation to move, but dude, hire a moving company.
Isn't that family leave?
We
under Philadelphia laws.
Listen, lady. Stop.
Dawn,
you better keep your mouth closed.
Don Lemon weighing in with HR rules.
I'll be Nick's advocate over here. Isn't it family leave?
No, stop.
Yeah. I tried to get people to fly down with me. I was willing to pay their flight. My
It's
buddies.
Father's Day weekend. That's the tough part.
Well, no, it's the following week. It's after
Oh.
Father's Day weekend. So it'll be like the middle of next week through next weekend.
Ain't nobody wanting to go to Tennessee in the middle of June.
I know, it's too hot and humid. And then everyone was like, but when you come back, I can help you carry stuff off the truck into the new place. I'm like, oh, well, great, thanks. Yeah, losers. Let me check with I think my kid's he's got a baseball game coming up.
A listener reached out to us and said, hey, we have a moving company. I forget who it was, but they were offering their services. I'm sure you had to pay for them, but
yeah,
still.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper to do the truck.
He's a DIY guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust me, if I could pay for the moving company, I would. Trust me. There's nothing I'd rather do more than lugging around couches and drilling flat screens off of my living room wall and carrying an 80-inch television. I'm going to break something. I know it.
Yeah.
It's going to end badly for me, folks.
Well, I know that this Friday, Nick Kayal is excited to experience a Trump golf course that's technically Philadelphia, but it's over the bridge. It's South Jersey. And that brings us to our next story, which is New Jersey's Attorney General's office. They say that they're looking into whether or not Donald J. Trump's recent felony convictions in New York make him ineligible to hold liquor licenses at his 3 New Jersey golf courses.
Oh, jeez. Yes, I'm going to go to a golf course that'll be dry now.
Wow.
You're great. No cart girls, folks. All they have is high C this week.
So the office says it is reviewing whether or not Trump's conviction of those 34 counts of guilty, and I know we're gonna talk more about the word conviction because there's a technicality with that that we've mentioned before, but now I know that there are some further conversations, and maybe because of this, is it technically a conviction when you get a guilty plea? But in any event, 34 counts of guilty, those are the verdicts on falsifying business records issues. And so does this impact the former president's continued ability to hold liquor licenses at his businesses?
Yes, thank you for the tease, Dawn. Coming up at around 9:30, I will have a lawyer that explains this technicality that Dawn was just saying about the word convict.
Okay.
Or convicted felon.
I
right?
believe
Yes.
the Yale professor?
Yes.
Yes. I've
Coming
seen
up,
this.
Coming up at like 9:30.
You know, while they're at it, why don't they take his golf clubs away as well? I mean, because a convicted felon shouldn't have a 7-iron, because under the right circumstances, a 7-iron could serve as a weapon if you get angry at somebody on the golf course. Maybe they could sew up the front of his underwear as well. He could just be, he doesn't have that little slit in the front where men go to the urinal. We'll patch that up too. What else do they want to take from the guy? Liquor license. I'm all bothered.
As we've been watching, we've been watching very carefully the Hunter Biden jury deliberations continuing. So when will that verdict come down? But we do have in Pennsylvania here the House lawmakers, state lawmakers, taking a step to change our school funding system. And now the problem is that the Republican-controlled Senate is undoubtedly, I mean, they're not going to go along with the plan, which would raise taxes for the average Pennsylvania of about $2,000 per family, per household. So not going to happen. But will they have this new public school funding system in time for the next academic school year, one that Democrats hope will meet their quote-unquote duty to offer all students in the state what they call an equitable education, equitable, equal, not the same thing. We're hearing about this, but you may recall that we did have that ruling where they said we don't have equality in Pennsylvania. And so the Democrats pretty much came up with a plan that was billions of dollars. And it would, to pay for the thing, it would be about $2,000 extra per year per Pennsylvanian.
Okay. Yeah,
not going to happen.
Yeah,
so
we don't have equality. For those that don't think we have equality in this country, be a female and go live in the Middle East and then get back to me about equality.
Amen to that.
So Republicans have said, hey, if you want equality, then in these poor performing districts, we have districts across Pennsylvania and here in our region that have very few kids. In some studies and reports, 0 are reading at grade level. But at 4th grade, for example, we talk about the 4th graders here in Philadelphia, about 17% are reading at grade level. And that's about the same for math. So the answer that Republicans and many Democrats are saying, give them the Lifeline scholarships, and that's for the kids in the poorest performing public school districts. So this issue of vouchers, charter schools, Lifeline scholarships, this is front and center. Sherelle Parker, I know, is among those looking at this. So just want to put that on your radar as we continue here on the Big Three and Kayal and Company News Live as well. But we are sponsored this morning by Styles CFO. This is our great sponsor, Styles CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to really help transform your company, big or small. Just visit stylescfo.com. Get a free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much.
Nicholas on the YouTube chat writes, Trump isn't holding the liquor licenses. His businesses are. A business should be an entity, not a person. Well,
but they're his.
Isn't there a corporate personhood thing that wasn't that debated in 2012 or whatever it was? Where,
yeah,
hey, corporations are people too. Who said that? Mitt Romney, I think.
That's correct.
It's New Jersey and weaponized government. They're going after Trump.
Mm-hmm. Take away the liquor license. As long as they keep my liquor store open, I'm good. All right. So I've got some videos that I want to get to that kick off the 9 o'clock hour with the Israeli hostage rescues, which are just amazing footage. So you've got about 13 minutes if you're not on YouTube to get over there.
Get there.
Get there. Get to the chopper. You can do it now. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there as well. And we're going to play you 2 videos, one of which is the raw footage, I believe, of the rescue. And then the second one is of how ABC News portrayed the aftermath and the impact felt for those that were in the surrounding area. And you'll get the media drift and the slant that they're putting on this. But I do want to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with these 2 stories. And we're going to get to Walmart in a moment. But how about this story with Gen Z? We always have these surveys from time to time. And I think I've been pretty fair on Gen Z in the last couple of months. I've given them credit for the Wall Street Journal article with them becoming the tool belt generation and taking up the trades and skipping out on college and all the student debt. And then they do something that I disagree with, and then they say something that makes sense. But here, this is just embarrassing. This is truly a sign of the times. And I can't imagine my parents ever doing this for me. Now, I also want to keep in mind that these are probably minors, but even 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, whether you're a freshman through senior in high school and you're getting a part-time job, it has got to be one of the most embarrassing things, not only for you to go through with this and show up at a job interview with mom or dad, but I would be embarrassed just to ask my mom and dad, Mom, not only can you drop me off at PJ Wellahan's for a hostess interview at 3:30 on Tuesday, but can you come in with me and interview with Bobby?
By the way, can I just say that you said that they might be minors? I went to a job interview at 15 or whenever you get your work permit.
Yeah.
By myself.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No, my parents never went on job interviews with me.
Right. I mean, Gen Z, I'm trying to think of the generation dates. Phil or Henry, if you can, find out what the oldest Gen Zer would be age-wise. I can't imagine a Gen Zer, if they are 19 or 20 or 21, as technically an adult bringing mom and dad. But we've also realized that a lot of these younger people that graduate from college today go into the real world with no work experience, and they have no idea how to operate as an adult.
It's 97 to 2012.
Okay, so 2012, 97, you'd be technically 27 years old.
Yep.
Could you imagine being 27? So, see, this is where I can't imagine it's 27-year-olds.
Half of them are still living at home.
Well, that's true, but could you imagine a 25-year-old bringing his dad to a job interview? I have to imagine, so 2012 would be 12-year-olds, so somewhere in the middle. Let's go the 13 to 17 age group. So here's the results. 1,428 U.S.-based Gen Zers filled out this survey, according to resume templates. And a majority of on-camera parents spoke directly to the hiring manager. And a hiring manager is quoted as saying, "It does not signal confidence to the hiring company." Geez, you think? Here are some of the numbers. The survey found that 26% of Gen Z respondents actually involved their parents in the interview process. 31% of those respondents had a parent accompany them to an in-person interview. And maybe the biggest embarrassment of all, 29% of them had their parent join them in the virtual interview.
Oh, that's nauseating.
Could you imagine sitting at the dining room table, firing up Zoom, and you're the hiring manager, you're Greg Stocker, and you're interviewing Nick, and all of a sudden here comes Nick's mom or dad and pulls up a little dining room chair and sits down and says, "Hey, Mr. Hiring Manager, do you mind if I sit in for the next 20 minutes?
Oh, that is nauseating.
That is such a coddled life. These kids... Look, some of them that go to the trade schools, they've got it figured out, and they understand what's going on in this country. But others are so handicapped, and I use that in air quotes, by being coddled and just secluded from the real world.
Yep.
I can't imagine, and Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, if your boys asked you to sit in an interview, would you do it? Would Larry do it?
Of course I would.
I'm being very quiet.
My dad would put me up against the wall.
See, here's the truth of this situation. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. This is why it's important that you have the yin and yang of mom and dad, because I would.
Really?
I would, and that's not even me, but this helicopter parent is so true. This whole thing. But I think a piece of it, what stops me from being a helicopter parent, is my husband. That you need one or other parent, and it's usually the dad, I think.
Checks and balances.
Yes, depending on so we have boys, you know what I'm saying, that you do have the checks and balances, and that's why it's important, because Larry would be like, absolutely not.
Suck it up,
There's
Buttercup.
no way.
And your boys are athletes, so I would imagine
they're big, they're 6'3"
they're
plus,
strong, they're disciplined. They've been in structured environments. I would think that they would be able. They've had two good parents. They would be able to handle a 30-minute sit down for a $12 an hour part-time job.
half the time they're saying, "Mom, I'm fine." You know what I mean? Like I've text, "Do you need me to bring you some food or whatever?" Like I can't help it. It's just and
I get that your boy's diabetic, so I can understand that.
But it's just something, and I don't know if it was the media always because we were never scared back in the day of riding our bike all day and thinking about being gone from home all day, and we didn't have iPhones. What is that? Remember the famous thing that they had to have, do you know where your children are?
Oh, God.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They had to put it on TV. Do you know where your children are?
Well,
that's like the whole Gen X thing. So I just think now you have this different side where people have gone, they're scared all the time of, I don't know, pedophiles, predators. Maybe it's
the safest time in the country to be alive. Stop with this, pedophiles.
I mean, I had. So in high school, I was a busboy at Perkins, and then in college, I worked at Foot Locker. Those were my 2 part-time jobs while I was in school. And I felt at 16 when I went to Perkins and 19 when I went to Foot Locker that I was grown up enough that I could, and I was educated enough, and I had basic communication skills that I could fill out a resume, sit in the back of a stock room, go through the interview process, fill out papers, and then sit through a training video if I got hired without mommy and daddy being with me. Is it really that difficult? I mean, we're not talking about interviewing to be the HR director at a Fortune 500 company. Hey, these are all, mucking and grinding jobs.
The fact that we're even having this conversation is ridiculous. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts. If your parent comes on a job interview with you, you ain't getting the job. I'm sorry. I'm interviewing a lot of people right now. If a parent comes on anybody's Zoom or comes in person, they ain't getting the job.
But my question is it, I would love to know.
Creeps.
But if you're doing that interview, let's say who's in that, Daniel Valdez, who was here, right? So I would want to know, hey, did your parents insist on coming? Because I think half the parents insisted on coming.
And that's when you say no.
And the person is saying, please tell them to leave. I'm so embarrassed.
See, I mean, if specifically with this job, if I'm the brand manager of a free speech station and some young whippersnapper brings his parent, I'm like, you might not be able to handle a free speech station if you're bringing mom with you for the interview.
Amen to that.
Yeah, it's just my assumption. Yeah. Here's the quote. It's understandable, parents wanting to ensure that their child does well in an interview or that an employer is reputable. Conversely, it's hard to see where a parent being directly involved in an interview is appropriate. That is executive resume writer Andrew Stoner, who told Resume Templates. Stoner. It does not signal confidence to a hiring company on behalf of the child.
This is a ridiculous conversation. No, it should not happen.
I recommend.
By the way, Daniel Valdez's mother is on the YouTube chat, and she says no, she did not come on his job interview.
No,
I interviewed him.
Insinuating that.
I interviewed him and hired him, and I know that for a fact.
Well, Daniel said,
I have a full mustache and beard.
He doesn't need his mom. Quote, I recommend help at a distance as the approach of being available and advising the child during the recruiting process. Yes. You tell Bobby, look, here's what you have to do. Be respectful, look the guy in the eye or the gal, shake the hand, make sure your penmanship. How about that? I sound like my grandmother.
It's a great lesson in life. It's a great life lesson.
It's a learning, yes.
Go up there, talk to the person, tell them why you're the exact right person for that job.
And guess
confident.
What? If you crash and burn, it's probably not the end of the world.
Snowflake P words. Enough. Gross. We're raising a generation of... God, I want to curse. Some guys do it in the shower. Some guys do it in the sink. All right. We have to break. We have to break. Come on.
I hit the wrong button, by the way. That was the wrong drop. I had something else lined up, and I misfired. We'll come back, kick off the final hour next. Some amazing, heroic footage of the Israeli hostages that were rescued. But what does ABC News decide to cover and care about? We'll give you that as well. Kayal and Company, fourth hour is next.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the crash-proof retirement system this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You look like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil in disguise, oh yes you are, devil in disguise.
Kayal and Company, 9:04, fourth and final hour underway on this Tuesday. Almost 40% of the way there, Stalker. Don't worry, we're almost there. The Elvis music continues. The jukebox fired up, courtesy of Linda Kearns, attorney at law, who donated $1,000 to Families Behind the Badge for our bike ride coming up on July 21st. You can do the same for just a good cause. You can do the same to ride and be a part of Team 1210. Or you could donate a big sum and take control of the music for a week and play a bunch of artists that Stalker despises. It's really up to you. It's your choice. Bruce Springsteen would be nice. Mellencamp would be nice. A bunch of French music would be nice.
French music?
Yeah, just whatever triggers Stalker. Just the list keeps growing. And you could do that for a good cause and tick off the brand manager as well. So it's kind of like a 2-for-1. You can kill two birds with one stone.
Twofer.
Yes, indeed. But let's get to some serious conversation. I always love the way that Dawn will cover stuff from a media perspective and what kind of slant or spin mainstream media is putting on things. And that'll be the second half of this conversation. But first part is, and if you're not on YouTube yet, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT to watch both of these videos and hit the like and subscribe button while you are there. Over the weekend, we had 4 of the hostages in the Middle East that were heroically rescued, 4 Israeli hostages, including one of the, for lack of a better phrase, one of the poster women. I believe she was the one, and I don't have the name in front of me right now. It's Noah Argamani, 26. I believe, if I recall correctly, she was the one. There's the graphic still photos and video of her bleeding, and she was attacked by these savages. She might have even been raped as well, and she was being put into one of the trucks following the aftermaths of October 7th. And these unbelievably brave souls, and I'm talking about the hostages specifically right now, that spent 6-7 months in tunnels in darkness, were thankfully rescued. But of course, the mainstream media puts a spin on it that really shouldn't surprise you. But here we are, 7.5 months since October 7th, and it's still kind of alarming to see the way it's this whataboutism, both sides are to blame and both sides are victims.
But never forget, it was October 7th where Hamas initiated this. And now, I subscribe to the FAFO model of if you F around, you will find out. And you know what? Sadly, there are casualties of innocent civilians during wartime and conflict, and buildings are destroyed. We'll get to the ABC clip and the media spin in just a moment. But I do want to play this. Stalker, you found this. This was K2. This is the wild video of the daring rescue of 4 Israeli hostages. If you're on YouTube, you're going to see it. If you're not there, get there now, or you'll just get the audio aspect if there is any here. This is K2, these 4 Jewish hostages finally back in safe way, out of harm's way and in safe places. Take a listen and watch this.
Wow.
Coming through the doors, through windows.
Look at that.
Scopes and lights. Okay, so now the audio is out. They're going in.
Wow.
I'm assuming those are hostages.
Yeah, they are.
Up and down steps, into different buildings. They're fighting through shrubs and bushes.
That body cam footage is wild.
That is unbelievable. The IDF, obviously, going out and we gave you the details on yesterday's show following the weekend, the extensive planning that went into this. And thankfully, those people are rescued, but there's still, I think, well over 128, I think was the number I saw, now that these 4 have been rescued. So prior to that, I believe the number was 132, but it's probably somewhere in that ballpark. But then, it probably should be of no surprise to anybody the way the mainstream, and really you think about this, we've seen this at colleges with Ivy League protesters. We've seen this from the squad Dems, the far left progressives of the Democrat Party and that faction. And you've seen it from the mainstream media. And I want to play you this clip, but I want to give you the headline first from the video from ABC News. I saw this yesterday, and it doesn't surprise me, but it does infuriate me. ABC News with the headline on their website, as well as the link to the story and the video on Twitter. Questions are mounting over the Israeli Defense Forces raid that freed 4 Israeli hostages from Hamas. Video showing the aftermath in Gaza revealed buildings ravaged and hundreds of people injured. I don't know about you, but that to me comes off incredibly spun in one direction, incredibly tone deaf, because never forget, it was Hamas that initiated this, raped, murdered, and killed babies, females, innocent citizens at a concert on October 7th. And this is the result of what happens when you do this to innocent people that don't deserve to be dealing with what they've dealt with for over a half of a year. Greg, this is K3, courtesy of ABC News. Listen and watch this clip.
This morning, videos showing the ferocity of Israeli airstrikes, which accompanied a huge military operation to free 4 hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas, with new details emerging of Saturday's daytime rescue raid to bring them home. 26-year-old Noah Agamani hugging her father shortly after her rescue. Noah seen pleading for her life on October 7th as she was taken by Hamas at the Nova Music Festival. Also rescued 27-year-old Andrei Kozlov, 41-year-old Shlomi Ziv, and 22-year-old Amog Mirjan, whose father tragically died just hours before he was freed. The 3 men this morning still undergoing treatment at this hospital in Tel Aviv. Itai Pesek saying they've all experienced immense trauma.
And now they're improving, but there's still a very long way of rehabilitation that they would need to get.
The IDF saying it gathered weeks of intel with hundreds of troops fighting for days in the Al-Nusrat refugee camp in central Gaza before the rescue operation began at 11 a.m. on Saturday. Israeli special forces disguised as local Palestinians moving into 2 buildings where the hostages were being held. The call sign for when they were freed was, "We have the diamonds." Then they were helicoptered out of Gaza with Israel celebrating. Only 1 Israeli policeman was killed. but video of the aftermath revealing entire buildings razed to the ground. More than 270 Palestinians killed during the raid and nearly 700 injured, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry.
Wow. So
I mean,
they're taking their cues from Hamas.
They get
with how many
basically talking points from Hamas.
It's unbelievable.
So our mainstream media in America takes the talking points and bullet points from a terrorist organization as opposed to spinning it or putting it in the proper context, light, and perspective. But I want to get your thoughts on this from a media standpoint, but I want people to think about this for a moment. In this country, some people on the left and the mainstream media show more sympathy for illegal immigrants coming into this country, not victimized, not maimed, not hurt in any way, and maybe not even from South America, but from the Middle East and China and countries where you're seeing men that are trained to kill, yet they don't show the same sympathy for innocent Jewish people who were doing nothing wrong, nothing illegal, and were held hostage for over a half a year. Think about that in the bizarre upside-down world we live in, where some people have more sympathy for people coming here illegally and undocumented as opposed to people being kidnapped against their will and held hostage. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, and even I'm looking at NBC this morning, NBC News, not MSNBC, saying it was a high-risk raid that left a trail of devastation in its wake, raising new doubts about the U.S.'s push for a ceasefire.
It's amazing because when you rescue people, and I'm sorry, Dawn, when
Yeah.
these are the risks. This is what's going to happen when you go in there and you free hostages. Like, people are going to die.
I mean, what is the IDF supposed to do? Come in with fruit baskets and fruit cakes and say, hey, we're here to get the hostages. We don't want to blow anything up if you give them to us nicely. Come on. This is a consequence of war. Buildings explode, infrastructure is destroyed, and sadly, and maybe not intentionally, but accidentally, sometimes innocent people get killed.
Well, and one of the IDF captains, we reported, one of the IDF, he wasn't just an officer, he was, a captain helping to lead this. Look, this is bravery on display, is it not?
100%.
They know how this is dangerous, and they risk their lives for these 4 hostages. And, I can't even imagine what that would be like to have your, they're in their 20s, and to the young, is it the young lady, 21-year-old? I mean, to think about this, that your loved one is missing and somewhere in the hands of these terrorists for about 8 months, and you're praying, it's all you can think about. You can't eat, you can't sleep. And you think, are they alive? Are they dead? This gives hope to everybody else. Are the others still alive? And the way that the media is reporting this is disgraceful.
I agree.
This is a disgrace.
By the way, let me just give you this percentage, and this isn't. This is from the Foundation of Defense of Democracies.org.
Okay.
How many Palestinians? Like, what's the percentage of Palestinians that support Hamas?
I heard you kind of say it.
Sorry.
70-something?
71% of all Palestinians supported Hamas's decision to attack Israel on October 7th.
It's an overwhelming majority.
71%.
Yep.
So when you're sitting here talking about innocent Palestinians, I get it. I understand. The innocent people are going to die in war. But when you really, really look at these numbers, these are the people that support what Hamas did to Israel on October 7th.
And
these are innocent people.
They also conversely support, the destruction of the West. They don't want Christianity. They don't like America. They don't like the way the Western world lives and operates. It's not just the Jews. They hate America as well. And some numbers I have here. Since here are the official tracker. This is according to Fox. Hamas and other militants killed some 1,200 people on October 7th. Since then, nearly 37,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's ground offensive in the Gaza Strip, although Israel, according to Fox, has disputed these figures.
Because Hamas does not differentiate between in that 37,000 number.
Yeah.
Hamas does not differentiate between terrorists among that number, so that's what we don't know. How many of them were terrorists? And then, my question is, if in your place where you live, in your neighborhood, you know that there's a terrorist who in their basement is holding college kids or people they kidnapped or innocent families and babies and whatnot, and you know they're hiding them, and you don't call a tip line and tip somebody off that you know where these hostages are. You're telling me in these densely populated areas, the locals don't know,
they know
where the hostages are, and so that makes you at some point after 8 months, you are complicit.
Yeah, you're an accessory. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, this is, we talk about this. A lot of Republicans are speaking out about this to their credit, and to the credit of people like John Fetterman and Bill Maher are speaking out about this on the Democrat liberal side. Like this is not up for debate. You're damn right. Every single hostage that is still alive must be returned, and we don't stop until they are all returned. How, by any means necessary.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
No, you don't.
No, there's no give and take with these madmen.
And I'm sorry, but these are the people. Like this is. I don't understand Middle East politics. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm an expert on it.
Nope.
But I know right and wrong. There's one side that is right and there's one side that is wrong. Yes, have mistakes been made in war? Of course. Nobody can go to war with somebody else and say, well, no mistakes were made. Mistakes happen all the time. It's just one of the casualties of war.
Yep.
It sucks, but it's real life.
Yep.
There's one side that is right and there's one side that is wrong. The end.
Israeli authorities believe Hamas is still holding about 120 hostages, with 43 pronounced dead. Survivors include about 15 women, 2 children under the age of 5, and 2 men in their 80s. Can you imagine being in your 80s, living in a tunnel with no light?
They probably handle it better than the ones in their 20s.
I mean, Joe Biden can't handle the daylight. How are you going to handle a tunnel?
I'm just telling you, seeing that raid, Phil, one more time before we go to break. Can we play that one more time for the people who came over to the YouTube chat just to see it? This is K2 again, Phil, if you will, go. From see this. These guys are just. Think of how dangerous this mission is. You know what I mean? Like. Same thing with the people who captured Bin Laden.
Yeah.
Captured and killed Bin Laden.
I just watched that movie last night.
Yeah.
Zero Dark 30 was on again last night. I love that movie.
Yep. It's crazy. It's what an amazingly brave mission, honestly.
I'm scared just watching it. I kudos to anybody that serves at any level. All right, 9:20 here on this Tuesday morning. Speaking of Zero Dark 30 and movies, it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Back in '82, our state champions, no doubt. No doubt in my mind. You better believe things would have been different. I'd have gone pro.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, a little clue today. 20 years ago today, this movie came out. If you can identify it, call her 12 at 855-839-1210. How about a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies take on the Somerset Patriots at First Energy Stadium in Reading, and it's going to be on fireworks night, Friday, July 5th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com.
One more thing about that raid. Paul Swanholm on the YouTube chat writes that our sister station was reporting that there were possible war crimes committed during the rescue. The fact that any station, whether they're in this company or not, is leading with that is disgraceful.
Yeah.
It's disgraceful.
Talk about bias.
I mean, come on. Come on.
Yeah. War crimes.
We're bringing people home. They're bringing people home.
Yes.
We're bringing people, whatever.
We're just talking about them.
And by the way, it was Chief Inspector Arnaz Mora who was killed while bravely doing this rescue mission, so they named it Operation Arnan, and the UN is saying war crimes.
Sorry, I just...
Sadly, it's actually becoming believable,
I know.
right?
I know.
Yeah.
It gave me chills when you said that. It's like, it's really upside down land.
It is.
But if you're Jewish, think about this. You're in America or you're worldwide. You're looking at this, and think about now how all of a sudden you're thinking very differently.
Yeah. And if you're Jewish and you're going back to an Ivy League school this fall, don't forget tuition's due in a couple of months. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due, and our winner on the way. Stay right there. Back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you. They create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. This summer, make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown at 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now and prepare for a great start to the new school year. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed at New Hope Academy. There's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and bipolar. Do not wait. Prepare your student for a strong back to school. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy at 800-300-0003. Online, newupacademy.net. Call New Up Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
As the snow flies on a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby child is born in the ghetto.
Come on, Chicago. Get right on this. And his mama.
Oh, God.
I don't like the low energy songs.
They're all low energy.
Stop.
Yeah, the ones that are more upbeat.
Yeah.
They get you moving a little
The
bit.
king is singing. Just shut it.
I feel like Mr. Emhoff and Kamala at a Juneteenth concert just clapping along.
That's coming
There
up.
we go.
By the way, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. There's a video going around of Joe Biden drinking something, and I want to show you guys.
Yeah.
And if you could tell me what you think it is.
Okay.
youtube.com/@1210WPHT will play that video in just a couple of minutes.
All right. I'm not sure. Do we have a winner, or is
We
my
do.
okay? I don't have it on my screener. Do you see what it is?
Roger in Philadelphia. What's up, Roger?
Roger, go ahead. What's the clip that we played for you, sir?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, buddy. Woo. 20 years ago today, June 11th, 2004, Napoleon Dynamite, a.k.a. Nick Foles. Congratulations. You've got the Reading Phillies tickets.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You guys rock.
You got it. Thank you very much, Roger.
Take it easy.
You got it.
Bye-bye.
There we go.
Sorry, I have to.
That's all right. I'm going to reboot my system over here.
Boys on the checklist every morning, please, at 5:30. Switch Nick's call screener over. Yeah. Thank you.
Switch it over and switch it hard.
It's all good. It's all good. Everybody's there's a learning curve here. We understand it.
All right. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in about 20 minutes. What happened today in music history and who on Twitter today. But first, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by North to Shore Festival. It's almost time for Prudential Presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival this June. Asbury Park, Atlantic City, and Newark, featuring over 200 performances, including the B-52s and Frankie Valli. No Elvis impersonators as far as I can see. Visit north2shore.com. That's North to Shore, T-O, north2shore.com. Okay, at the White House yesterday, there was the Juneteenth celebration.
Yep.
And I want to play a couple of videos. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see it. If you're not in a place where you can watch this, I completely understand. Nick Kayal will beautifully describe it for you.
My tickets must have got lost in the mail, by the way. I submitted for a 4-pack.
For a 4-pack of Juneteenth celebration?
They never came.
So Joe Biden sitting there next to a man in a dress, Kamala Harris, and just showing how white and uncomfortable he really is. All right, I'm going to start here with cut 20, Phil. Go. There we go.
Look at this. Far left on your screen, you have a man in a dress with a beard. Then to his right, moving left to right across your YouTube screen, is Doug Emhoff.
Yep.
Another white guy, totally out of his element. Kamala Harris, she's having the time of her life.
Biden isn't moving.
Joe's frozen. That's how I was when the second gummy hit 6 years ago. When the first one didn't do anything, I just sat there frozen. Having the time of their lives.
Why is he not moving?
He just doesn't know where he is. Look at the smile on his face. He can't hear what that guy's telling him anyway. He's just pretending that he knows what's going on. Look at Kamala. She's got the clap going.
She has what?
Yeah, Doug doesn't have a tie on. Yeah, he took the tie off.
Wow.
By the way, Dawn, I can't really speak on what women see in men. Kamala Harris has a lot of criticisms, but I would not say that Kamala Harris, by any stretch, is an ugly female. No, she's not Randy Weingarten.
No, come on, man.
She's a very she's right. She's very
pretty
attractive.
lady. Yeah, very attractive lady. What do you think she saw in Doug Emhoff? I don't see it, but then again, I'm a straight white cis male, so I don't really see much in any other men.
What
was the attraction? Is he a wealthy guy? What's his background?
Wealthy.
Yeah.
In movies. In Hollywood movies.
Okay.
Right.
I was told that
wealthy,
Kamala was a lady
investor.
Lady of the people, though, is what she tells me. Hollywood elitist she married. Okay.
One more from another one from the Juneteenth celebration. Let's all have a clap along.
Yeah.
And always remember to clap in time, unlike our president. This is, I believe this is 21, Phil. Go.
I could go old school and say, clap your hands, everybody. And everybody, clap your hands.
Look at Joe Biden.
Yeah, Pop-Pop's doing that. There you go.
Clap your hands. To the people up top, clap your hands. Watch this.
Doug's on a delay, too.
Uh-oh, he's beatboxing. That's amazing.
Joe's like, did I really sign up for this? Maybe a second term wasn't in my best interest.
You know, it's interesting. From all the questionable things that Joe Biden over the years has said about people of color and people of different ethnic backgrounds, do you think at any point his dementia kicked in and he searched for his wallet?
Or looked at his watch?
If I were smart,
I'm just saying,
I'd say thank you and leave.
I'm just saying, do you think he went back in his mind to the days when he hung out with the segregationists, as he said that he always had, the Seggies?
Yeah.
And, they weren't very accepting of African-American people. That's all I'm saying.
He was also there for the American Revolution.
All right, if you're on YouTube right now, youtube.com/at1210WPHT, I want to play this video. There's no sound to it. Joe Biden, this is cut 22, Phil. Joe Biden is drinking this mysterious orange drink. If you want to roll it right now, cut Phil.
Okay.
Phil, go. So you can see him now.
It's a Gatorade bottle.
Is it?
Yeah. I can tell by the orange ring at the top. Yeah, he's drinking orange Gatorade. He's just got the label ripped off. Yeah.
You sure about that?
Or like a Pedialyte, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, Pedialyte, maybe?
Yeah.
You think it's like
prune juice?
Phil,
That's not dark enough.
Phil, can you just roll it on a loop? Because I want to see it again. I understand what you're saying. That was my initial thought, that it was a Gatorade bottle.
Yeah, well, the kid size one. That's the one I give my daughters. They take to school.
You don't think it was some sort of or some sort of drugs or something?
A cocktail, maybe?
Yeah,
it could be. I mean, it could be an orange, vodka.
Just asking, not.
Yeah.
You weigh in. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Is it Gatorade in that drink? Phil, if you can put that poll question up there, Henry, one of you guys, if you can put that poll question up there, is it Gatorade in that drink?
Just imagine how much
yes or no.
It's definitely not Gatorade because it's not marked.
Uh-oh. Well, did they?
So it's a bottle that they took the label off because they put other stuff in there.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Because that was initially what I thought of.
Okay.
The president of the United States has a lot of power. If he's holding a Gatorade bottle, that's free publicity for Gatorade.
Big endorsement.
Good point.
Right?
Which if
Jeremy Burke says Pedialyte.
Pedialyte, yeah. If I was Gatorade, I would reject that endorsement. Then.
Is the drink Gatorade? I'm going to put no on there. 77% say no right now. 23% say yes. 24 now.
Maybe he's trying to drink up the power of orange.
Maybe he's hydrating for his June 27th debate in 16 days. Yeah, he's going to be out there for 65-plus minutes.
Yeah,
I know. Imagine if the big guy was sitting out there on Friday night when it's supposed to be 93 degrees. He'd have one of them big Stanleys with him.
Those big Stanleys?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on one second here.
Yeah, I'm going to go some sort of sports. Because remember, Joe likes sugar. Joe likes ice cream. Joe likes processed snacks. Joe's a big snack guy for the, remember the big Super Bowl, the big game coming up. I love ice cream and chips just like you guys do.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Dawn referenced this earlier. This is a Yale law professor, Jed Rubenfeld. He outlines a potential Trump legal strategy following the guilty verdict. Okay. He suggests there's another strategy for former President Donald Trump's legal team that they could pursue to limit the impact of DA Bragg's case on the 2024 presidential election.
Okay.
He says but he is not a convicted felon until his sentencing. And people calling him that is, well, we'll let him explain. Cut one, Phil, go.
Possibility? Well, believe it or not,
Sorry.
other avenue that the Trump lawyers could pursue. They could sue in federal court and ask for an emergency temporary restraining order. Restraining order of what? Well, let me tell you something that you might not know. You've probably been reading in the press, if you've been reading about this case, that Trump is already a convicted felon. The jury has convicted him. He's a convicted felon. Well, guess what? That's not true. You're not a convicted felon because of a jury verdict. You're not convicted unless the judge enters a judgment of guilt against you. The judge still has the power, as I told you before, to throw out that verdict and enter a judgment of acquittal. You are not convicted until the judge enters that judgment of guilt. Now, in New York, it's very likely that Judge Mershon will enter that judgment of guilt against Trump on the same day that he issues sentencing. That would be July 11th. So what would this federal case be about? In this federal action, Trump would sue District Attorney Bragg and other state actors and ask the judge, the federal judge, for an emergency temporary restraining order halting Judge Mershon from entering that judgment of guilt until the federal courts have had an opportunity to review and rule on the serious constitutional arguments that exist here. And let me tell you why I think that might be a very important thing to happen. Because going after criminally a former president of the United States and somebody who is running for president now, that's a very bad look for this country. It's an especially bad look when the folks bringing the case and the judge deciding it are members of the opposing political party.
So that's from the Straight Down the Middle podcast by Professor Jed Rubenfeld.
All very legally valid, astute points. I'd like to think Todd Blanche is aware of that. If he's not, Trump should fire Blanche and hire him immediately. Yes, and the appellate process will play out. And look, it could be overturned and the whole bit. But here's the thing. The label of convicted felon, if you're a Trump supporter, for the most part, we've seen the polling numbers. It's not changing what you think of him or if you're going to vote for him. And on the left, it's not going to change much either. I mean, if you hate Donald Trump's guts, you're going to call him a convicted felon regardless of what a Yale law professor says. So all very bright, intelligent stuff right there. But in a polarized political world, I'm not sure convicted felon moves the needle for left or right.
Well, what he's saying is that technically, I did bring this up according to New York law, like when this all happened.
Mm-hmm. I remember you saying.
Nobody ever looks at Nick. Nobody else listens to me, including my husband, who's like, oh, well, everybody says convicted. I disagree. I think if that's the New York law, like the Yale professor just said, then it should negate all of the CNNs and whoever love to say the term convicted felon.
Yep.
So why do they continue to use it?
Right, because it's that. Well, first of all, the left, that was the whole. That was the end goal all along. I really don't think they really care one way or the other about jail or going out and doing community service and having him scrub a stop sign with graffiti. It's all about winning the election based on 2 words, because the left loves their words and they get offended by words, but they use words like convicted felon, threats to democracy, dictator on day one. It's all part of the package.
By the way, our YouTube poll going strong. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Is that drink Gatorade right now? 81% say no. MAGA Man said it's a probiotic.
Could be.
Yeah.
Somebody said Metamucil.
Yeah, Dawn, I noticed you're in the YouTube chat.
Is that bad?
Well, I mean, I'd like you to pay attention to the show.
I am paying. I can multitask.
Nobody cares.
Here we go.
I'm a woman. I can multitask.
Yeah, baby.
My chiropractor, Dawn, who you know, Dr. Mike, over in Bluebell, says he just sent me a text. He says it's gin and juice.
Ah, yes.
Gin and juice.
For in honor of Snoop Dogg.
Yes.
For the Juneteenth celebration.
Trump Dog 2024.
All right, we have to break.
All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and today in music history. And if anybody else has any thoughts, you can text me throughout the show. I'll read your texts on the air. Kayal and Company, back after this.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get get one offer. To order, call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I want my Nick Tony Greg. Scale and Company, 9:50. Winding things down here on a Tuesday as the King brings us in and sends us off. The King of
the Queen.
Multiple medias, Tony Bruno.
Oh.
He'll be joining us tomorrow at 8:30, live from Florida. But the Queen's coming up in 9 minutes. Queen Stensland.
Thank you.
What do you have lined up at the top of the hour?
So we are going to talk locally and tie this into what we're hearing about gangs and coming across the border, immigration. What does that mean for our region as federal and local law enforcement, state-level law enforcement, all working together with regard to all of the different crime that we're dealing with, and how does that affect us in our area? So we'll talk about that. We'll look at this IDF situation and the local Jewish community as well reacting to some of this as that newly released video, which is so impactful. You can't help but feel something when you see it, but it depends. The view is in the beholder, if you will. So the UN, the media reporting it one way, public reaction, and that's hitting social media. We'll talk as well about a Wildwood dad's reaction, what he did as he stepped in when his 22-year-old son was being assaulted on the Wildwood Boardwalk. They're now searching for those two individuals accused of doing it, but we'll weave that into our interview with Julie Bauke coming up at 10:30 about the issue that we talked about, Gen Zers. When should a parent step in or not step in, maybe during a job interview, that sort of thing. So we'll have those parental conversations.
All right, looking forward to it. 9:52, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Tuesday, June 11th. We celebrate the birthdays of John Lawton from Uriah Heep, Frank Beard, the drummer from ZZ Top, and Donnie Van Zandt from 38 Special. Albums include Skid Row's Slave to the Grind from 91, Ozzy's Scream from 2010, and Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen's debut from 2021. Singles include Rock the Casbah by The Clash from 82. Also, in 77, KC and the Sunshine Band became the second group after the Jackson 5 to have 4 U.S. number ones. In 66, European radio stations mistakenly reported Roger Daltrey was dead. Actually, Pete Townsend was in a car accident. No one died that day. Also, same day, Painted Black by the Stones hit number 1 in the U.S. But lastly, since all the tunes this week are by Elvis, thanks to Linda's huge donation, of course I have Elvis news all week. So today, in 57, Elvis's Golden Records was released by RCA Records. It's widely believed to be the very first greatest hits album in rock and roll history. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice touch, Philip. Nice touch.
Who won Twitter?
Who on Twitter, sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. I'm giving it to Chris in Jersey. He said, "There's nothing better than the sound of fully automatic weapons in the morning. I've got freaking wood." He must be a carpenter. He must be a carpenter.
Definitely a carpenter.
Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house. I'm sure they love this. Located in Chester County, Malvern Retreat House hosts men's, women's retreat, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from their noise. And hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com.
All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow at 6. Bruno at 8:30. Until then,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love. With flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com.